All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Connor.
Commissioners, there's a slight change in today's program as a result of a delay in a flight from Canberra. Commissioners, you'll hear from a lived experience witness from 9 a.m. till near 10:15 a.m. Might we take a 5-minute break at that point? Commissioners, Ms. Louise Gates and Mr. Matthew James are on a flight from Canberra, we understand, and their first flight was cancelled. So what we propose is to bring forward the two witnesses from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. They are listed on the sheet presently at 2:30 p.m. They are physically present here, and so the proposal is at about 10:20 or so that the two Australian Bureau of Statistics witnesses, Mr. James and Stone Hinkins and Ms. Lauren Moran, would give their evidence. It's not expected that that evidence would extend much beyond 45 minutes. If a short break could then be taken of 15 minutes at that time to allow Mr. Fordham to have a conference with the AIHW witnesses, that is Ms. Louise Gates and Mr. Matthew James, and would proceed from there. So then the AIHW witnesses would also proceed into the afternoon, and the lunch break might be taken at, say, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
That sounds fine. Mr. Fordham, you comfortable with that?
Yes, there's no problem with that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Mr. Connor. Good morning, Ms. Bridget.
May it please the Commission. Commissioners, on the 11th of February 2022, pursuant to Section 6D3 of the Royal Commissions Act, the Commission made a direction in the form of a non-publication direction that certain witnesses will not be identified in giving evidence, and subsequently directing that certain witnesses be referred to using a pseudonym. That direction applies to the next witness, and the pseudonym is SY4. Noting this direction, Commissioners, I call our first witness for today, SY4. Associate?
Thank you.
SY4. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Witness, you made a confidential statement to the Commission signed and dated of today's date, the 9th of March 2022, is that correct?
That is correct.
And there are 16 pages to your statement, is that correct?
That is correct.
And are the contents of that statement true and correct?
They are true and correct.
Thank you, witness. Commissioners, I tender the statement of SY4 signed and dated 9th March 2022 as a confidential exhibit.
Thank you. Be accepted as an exhibit and allocated the next consecutive number.
Chair, could I announce our appearance, please? Macmillan, initials KO, with Mr. Knottle for witness SY4.
Good morning.
Apologies, Commissioners. I should have asked for the witnesses' legal representative appearances. My apologies.
Thank you. Noted.
Witness, you are giving evidence today to the Commission about your personal experiences of your time in the Royal Australian Navy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're giving evidence as to how these experiences have and still are impacting on your mental health. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And witness, if any time you would like to take a break during your evidence, please do let me know. How old were you when you joined the
Thank
Navy?
you. I was 25.
And was there a particular reason why you joined the Navy?
Just mainly to carry out my service, and I was very interested in the job that I applied for, and that was one of the main reasons. Just the background, the role.
And we'll come back to that in a moment, witness, but were you required to undertake any recruitment training when you joined the Navy?
Yes, I've done basic training in Cerberus. I joined up in September 1st, 2003. Done my basic training and then all my category training shortly afterwards in Cerberus.
And how would you describe the training at Cerberus at the time?
I believe it was pretty standard. It was what I was expecting at the time.
And in terms of how you were treated there, how would you describe that?
It was a little bit of a culture shock to me because I was a little bit older. Just kind of getting back to this, like I was being treated kind of how I was back at school. But that was for me. That was going to be accepted. I was expecting that kind of training, I guess.
Commissioners, can you hear the witness okay?
I can. I'm not sure if everybody else can.
No, I can too, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioners. And witness, when you say it felt like it was back at being back at school, can you just say something more about that?
Yeah, it was. I guess it was the nature of the training is to kind of get everyone onto the one level and then bring them up to speed from that one level. And I guess a lot of the people I joined up with were just fresh out of school as well, so you kind of had to contend with that a little bit.
And after your recruitment training, what did you do after that?
Straight after that, I done my category training, seniorship course, small arms training, and that was at Cerberus as well.
And what did that involve?
That involved just basic seniorship, was just getting their way around the ship, line handling, all the basic duties as a seniorship sailor. And the small arms training was small arms weapons.
And did you join the Navy because you wanted to embark on a particular career?
Yes, that was to be a diver. I joined direct entry as a diver, as a clearance diver.
And what was the training involved in terms of the process to become a dive? Is it a clearance diver or just a diver?
Clearance diver, yeah. So clearance diver, you first have to start off on your ship's divers course. That's your basic level of diving and understanding. And then from there you go on to a selection course, which is called the CNAT at the time. And then from there you embark on a 9-month course for your actual dive training.
And where is that held at?
That's at Penguin, HMAS Penguin.
And is there a particular name for the school?
Yeah, so it was the RA Dive School at the time when I was there. It is now the Australian Defence Force diving school.
And you said the dive school is based at HMAS Penguin, is that right?
That's correct.
And how would you describe your time during those 9 months at dive school?
very tough on course. It was expected. All the rumours that I heard about it were pretty true. Very tough training. A lot of long nights, long days, arduous, very physical, also mental. A lot of mentally tough as well.
And in terms of your other experiences at dive school, would you like to tell the Commission about any other experiences there?
There's just so many to go on, but there was a lot of bastardry, a lot of punishment involved, a lot of belittling at the time. There's a lot of examples. Yeah, it's just a lot of, there was that constant threat if you asked, like, that you could be removed any second and you had to toe the line and do whatever they said.
And so when you say that you could be removed any second, was that used as almost like, were they threats, or how was that done?
I think it was called pretty much, it was part of their reinforced learning. That was back then. That was a term used, I believe.
And can you remember at the time what it was like for you thinking about, the potential of being taken off the course? Can you remember what it was like for you then?
Yeah, definitely, because I had a young family at the time. So that was everything. My whole life was pretty much invested into it. So there wasn't. There was always that fear, and it wasn't an option to be removed. So you just had to pretty much just continue on and try not to. Yeah.
So for you, it wasn't an option to be removed. Is that what you just said, witness?
Yes, that wasn't an option. I had my whole life invested in it, so, and my family was depending on it as well. So yeah, so I wasn't going to. It wasn't an option for me at all.
And how were your family depending on it?
With everything financially, even with our living situations. We had a married quarter at the time. Also, just to basically survive, pretty much.
And in terms of this fear that you describe about being taken off the course, can you recall any experiences where that may have occurred for you?
A lot of the time, for me, it was injuries. If you sustained an injury, you could get backclassed. And the thing about the course is, if you get backclassed, you might be out a year by the time you get your treatment for your injury or so forth. And then, if you're lucky enough to even get a spot on the next course, so a lot of the times for me, I'd be hiding my injuries and try not to tell them too much.
And in terms of, was there any particular occasion where you did end up getting an injury?
Yeah, I had quite a few. There was one that I had a barotrauma, and it was a grade 4. It was just close up to a perforation of the eardrum. I had a week off course for that injury. I was pretty much told by the instructors, if you're not in the water for the next day, it would mean being removal from course.
And how did you incur that injury?
It was during what they call get mud. It's a bit of a punishment. To tell you the truth, I can't remember what I'd done wrong, but I was in the water and I was told to duck dive to the bottom of the ocean. It's about 6 metres, I believe. Grab some mud, come back up, do it again, over and over and over again, until the instructor was satisfied.
Satisfied with what?
I guess that the punishment was complete.
And can you recall how you felt that night physically?
Yeah, I was in a lot of pain. I woke up, I believe it was about 2 in the morning. I woke up, just had immense pain in my ear. And I self-medicated a lot of Panadol at the time. To keep that's all I had there. And that kind of took a little bit of the pain away, but I didn't have sleep in that night.
And the next day, did you tell anybody about the injury?
I did. I went in to get it checked out. To the medics, they saw it. They diagnosed it as grade 4 barotrauma. From there, they asked me if I had any medication. I told them that I pretty much ate half a box of Panadol at the time. They didn't like to hear that because I self-medicated, and I got chewed out for that one.
And what about anybody else without naming any names or ranks, but did you tell anybody in terms of who you were working with that had happened?
Yeah, I told the instructor. He knew about it.
And what did he say when you told him?
He pretty much come up to me and told me not to just to say it happened whilst I was diving, and it didn't happen whilst I was for any punishment or anything like that.
And were you told anything? Did he say anything else? That was pretty much it. That'll be off course if that's the case. It's pretty much trying to stop me from telling him that he had any part in it. And were you required to take any time off?
I think I wasn't time off. It was just time out of the water. So I was still on course, still on a dive site. I just wasn't allowed to dive until I was cleared.
And how long was it before you started diving again?
I believe it was about a week.
And is that the time, was that the medical advice that it was less than a week, or was that the time that you took yourself?
Well, that's what I had to go back for review. I went for review. I got told that it was still flaring up. However, I kind of pushed the fact that I needed to get back in the water, otherwise I was going to be stuck for another year. And they checked me out, and I could vow salver at the time, which is clearing my ears. And they said, you should be all right to go. Just keep it nice and shallow and don't go too deep.
And
so I was back in the...
yes, sorry, witness.
Oh, sorry, so I was back in the water straight after that.
And were you concerned about being taken off course at this time?
Oh, yes, 100%. If I was taken off course, I didn't know if I could wait a year on a trainee's wage and go through it anymore. I was already starting to look at other options, which would have been probably go back to construction industry or so on, something like that.
And why would you have had to have waited a year?
It's just by the structure of the courses that were going on. There wasn't one until the next year, and from my understanding, which I already knew that was already full, so probably would have had to wait till the next one, which would have been approximately a year just to finish that module off and actually be qualified.
And in terms of sickness generally, while you were there on the course, how was being sick or having to get treatment, how was that perceived?
So a lot of the time you'd have to, we had physical training every morning. What you'd have to do then is you'd have to go to your both watches, which is a meeting in the morning, and then you'd go from there. You'd go down to your sick bay, and then you'd have to get your treatment down there. If you weren't participating in PT, you'd have to stand aside and wait for, and everyone will you had to stand in the. They had a name for it. I think it was a Festus corner or whatever it was. And you'd have to, or the Cheetah's corner or whatever, you'd have to sit in that corner and kind of just wait alongside. Because usually the warrant officer would come out and he'd ask everybody, why are you going to PT, why aren't you doing this? And then you'd have to tell them your reason why. And you kind of put on show a little bit. I think it was just to stop people jigging PT, I guess.
How would you describe the way that you and others were treated around having to either be on sick leave or having to get a chit?
It was very daunting just for that one reason, just for having to stand in there and get kind of judged by everyone. Everyone would kind of look at you, talking about you. So a lot of the times people just wouldn't go because it'd be a lot easier just to fall in line and just go through you. Even if you're sick or something like that, it'll be easier just to carry on while you're sick or injured.
So is that something that you learnt to do, just to carry on and perhaps not get treated for your injuries?
Yeah, that was the easiest option out of it. It was just the fear of one, getting taken off course or missing too much, but it was also you kind of wanted to stand down on course and you wanted to do the right thing and be the best you can be. So what you just pretty much do is just hide them and just cover up with them.
And did you see that happening to other people as well as yourself?
It happened to pretty much everybody. For example, even if you're diving and you had a flu and you couldn't dive and you're all clogged up, it's a very big no-no to take Sudafed. But however, there's a lot of everyone. You'd have to pretty much self-medicate on it just so you can dive. And it was things like that. Yet a lot of people be self-medicating just to get through. I found I was popping a lot of anti-inflammatories just to keep all my pain away.
And do you know what other forms of self-medicating people would engage in?
They were the usual ones. It was Sudafed to get you diving. We used to call them dive lollies. And then there was a lot of anti-inflammatories as well. I personally remember having a back injury, and I ended up, because I didn't want to push it too far and say it was an ongoing problem, I actually started medicating on stronger stuff like Panadine Fort at the time, just to keep the numbness down so I could get on with my job, get the pain down.
And were there any other experiences during the course that you would like to share with the Commission today?
This is, where do I start? How long you got? That's my big one. I could rattle on this for days, but there's a lot of course was tough, and there was a lot of bastardy, belittling punishments. Certain punishments would be so your push-ups would end up doing thousands a day. Even your shoulders would be killing you after a while, and you just keep pushing through. You throw a few anti-inflammatories into there and you're right to go. Punishment, so there's a thing called a run jump where you'd always under the fear of having a run jump, because what that meant in the middle of, could be in the middle of winter or anything, you'll pretty much be jumping off a wharf, back in, back out, jumping on, and so on. Things like that always were there. And then whatever the instructors wanted to do, they could throw that in as well.
And I think I heard you say something about push-ups. Did you say something about push-ups being a form of punishment?
Yeah, well, reinforced learning. But yeah, they were pretty much punishment. So, and they'll be for anything. So they'll start at 50, and it'll be for anything. So someone could not have for example, drop a piece of paper or something. Someone will pick it up and go, "It's a piece of paper that's not very tidy." That's 50. You know, and they'll put them up on a board, and that's what you owed that's what you owed to the instructors.
And can you recall an occasion where you had to undertake push-ups as a form of punishment? And can you tell the Commission what happened to you?
Well, there was one time that kind of sticks in my head, was when I think we had about 5,000 push-ups. It was a Friday, I believe, and we were pretty much told that we're not going home until all those 5,000 were done. I think we tried to punch out 1,000 before lunch or something like that. And, you know, obviously we couldn't do it, we're too fatigued. The option was to buy staff beer at the time. And at that time, like, there was really no other option, because you kind of, everyone wanted to go home, see their family and so on. So yeah, we ended up going and buying more beer, just so we could get those push-ups taken off.
And can you recall how you felt about having to go and buy that beer at that time?
Well, I couldn't afford it starters, because yeah, it was kind of, I kind of felt like I was letting my family down a little bit, because we were struggling as it is. I have a trainee's wage at the moment, and at that time, and so yeah, it made me feel a little bit yeah, just kind of a bit of a failure in myself, I guess.
And so I've understood your evidence correctly, witness. Are you saying that there was the option that rather than do all the push-ups, you had an option that to eliminate them, if you like, you could go and buy beer as a way of ending that punishment? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you talked a little bit about bastardization and belittling. Were there any other occasions that you can recall involving that kind of behaviour while you were doing the course?
Yeah, like I said, how long you got? I've got all day. Pump a few out. There's one where we had to. Someone ate the cupcakes, one cupcake early, because there was a big thing about you had to only eat them after. That person had to stand in a circle while everyone done push-ups and ate their cupcakes off the ground.
And can you just tell the Commission a little bit more about that incident?
So yeah, so the person that ate the cupcake had to stand in the middle of a circle. Everyone had to circle around them. They had to put their cupcakes on the ground. And then they had to do push-ups, and while they were doing push-ups, they had to eat them while they were on the ground. While they were lowering, they had to eat, and then they had to raise, and they had to go down and eat again, and so on. Just, there's a lot of stuff like that. And like I said, I don't think I have all day to tell them all, because there's quite a few of them.
That's okay, witness. You take your time. In terms of that cupcake incident, if I can call it that, how do you understand why that was done? What was the intended effect of that?
I think it's every instructor kind of had their own little game they used to play, and it was kind of it was a bit of a punishment, but it was also, I believe, it was kind of just a trying to still a bit of teamwork in everyone as well, and trying to get everyone kind of reading off the same page as well. I think there was a bit of that as well. I don't think it was, I don't think it was all like malice, just trying to hurt people. You know, obviously the guy that was eating it, he was a little bit belittled because you're standing in the middle. But there's a couple other reasons, I guess, that were thrown into it.
Did you want to say what those reasons were, or do you feel like you have said them already, witness?
Oh, I haven't said them, yeah. Might have been a bit of everything. A bit of trying to get everyone working together, teamwork, trying to nut out the instructors' little pet hates and so on.
And you've used the word belittling a couple of times or a few times. Can you recall anything that would be said to you or said to other people that would be done in a belittling way?
Oh, you'd get a lot of things, harden up princess or that kind of stuff, the big kind of, I guess, macho kind of things.
And hard up princess, meaning what?
Oh, like harden up, like if you, for example, if you said, look, I'm going to go and see sick bay today, you tell your instructor in the morning, and they'll say, well, you're right there, you got a bit of pain or something like that, you know what I mean? So little things like that. So, you just didn't want to be that guy that they thought you're just putting it on just to get out of a bit of work or so on.
And so was being sick or having to get medical treatment seen as a weakness?
Oh, definitely, yes.
And when you say macho, can you tell the Commission what you mean by macho?
Oh, I guess it was it's kind of a little bit of a boys' club, and that's kind of how it was. Everyone wanted to kind of be this big, tough warrior kind of thing as well, and they'll kind of try to be installing that on everyone else, I guess.
And after dive school, what did you do then? Dive school, you've qualified as a clearance diver, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the Commission what your experiences were like once you had joined the dive team?
There was a brief incident when you joined it, and there was a few rituals that we had to, that everyone kind of was subjected to. For example, there was a bit of a thongings in the shower. You weren't actually allowed to. There was a rule that you had to shower with the doors open. You couldn't close the doors. If you did, people would, hassle you and say, why are you closing the door and all that kind of stuff. There was a little saying in the change room: if it's fair, it's fair. So that meant if anyone was naked or something, that either we had a thing called thonging, so there was a few thongings going on, or just a slap on the buttocks.
And can you describe what thongings means?
Pretty much just means when I was there, all the guys were lined up, and I had to walk past them, and they would all take turns in thonging me.
And that happened to you?
Yeah, it happened to me. It happened to me once, so I kind of just copped it sweet and try not to let it bother me. Otherwise, they'll just kind of keep, you think I'd keep doing it, but it was just more of it, just once only, and that was it. And
were there any other rituals or initiations?
There's a thing called the gargoyling, which which is pretty much urinating your own mouth. It wasn't very prolific, or in one of the other dive teams that it was happening. However, some of the guys that come over to our dive team were kind of carried it over with them, and so they were always constantly doing that.
And did it happen to you?
I remember once that I was in the shower and there was a couple of guys that actually walked in there and started to urinate on me. And yeah, because I was a big one against it. I kind of didn't get the whole thing. I think I was a little bit older as well than most of the at that time. I think I was 27 or something. So I was a little bit older than a lot of the guys. A lot of guys were just fresh out of dive school, about 19, 20. So.
And when this happened to you, did that happen in front of other people?
Oh, there was people present, yeah.
And did you see the gargoyle? Is that what you called it? Gargoyling?
Yeah.
And did you see that happening to other people while you were there?
It wasn't happening to other people. There was a couple select people that were doing it. It wasn't just at work as well. It was, say, while we were out somewhere on an operation in town or something like that. You kind of see them do it in the middle of the pub or in the toilets.
Thank you, witness. Was there anything else in terms of your experiences while you're with the dive team that you would like to tell the Commission?
It was, yeah, the dive team actually wasn't, that was probably the worst of it. There was a lot of, I'd say they're more just pranks and jokes to people. I've mentioned before there was an incident where they photocopied one of the supervisor's pictures and put it on a mannequin and tied a noose around it and hoisted it up on the crane. There was other times where they'll put his bike up on the crane as well. He kind of just, I think he kind of just was like trying like water off a duck's back, kind of thinking it'll kind of stop.
You mentioned before, witness, that you would just cop it sweet. Was that a coping mechanism for you at the time? The words that have disclosed the age of the witness?
Yes, so ordered. Thank you.
Thank you, witness. You were just saying that it was like a stupid thing, that like a kid kind of thing. Is that right?
Yeah, it was more like kind of, I guess, like boarding school, high school kind of stuff.
And can you recall whether, at the time, did you make any reports about any of those behaviours?
No.
And can you recall, and it's okay if you don't, witness, and the question isn't implying that you should have done this, but was there a reason why you didn't report?
You just couldn't do it back then. You'd get too much blowback, and you wanted to get along with your team and your crew as well. So you weren't. It wasn't really an option.
And was it a small crew that you were with? Again, not identifying how many people, but was it small or large?
It's very small. So we worked in small teams, and you kind of need that trust with everyone. if they don't trust you in any way, you'll be excluded pretty quickly.
And after joining the dive team, did you undertake any postings on deployments, on detachments or deployments?
Yeah, we've done numerous deployments. I was posted to a mine hunter for 2 years, 18 months, I believe it was. Done a few exercises over to Hawaii. Done Operation Resolute, which is border patrol, and done a lot of also Render Safe, which is was in the Solomons, which is bomb disposal. And I done a trip on HMAS Darwin to the Gulf as a dive team attachment.
And witness, did you get promoted at all during your time during the Navy?
Yes, I did. I got promoted. I undertook my it's called intermediate course. I didn't actually do the course. I just done all the modules of the course, and then I was qualified kind of in it, and I got promoted to Lean 7.
And in terms of this promotion, did that involve you becoming an instructor?
It did.
And what was that like for you becoming an instructor, having experienced your experiences with some of your instructors?
Well, it's pretty clear. I kind of knew the kind of type of instructor I wanted to be. Also done the instructor's course, the assessor's course as well. So I understood the need and how to train people as well. And it pretty much what didn't involve what I had to go through, and I didn't want anyone to go through that as well. So I'd always be pushing to share my knowledge as best I can, and make them the best that they can be, because as well I'm going to be working with them in the future as well, and I want them to that level as well.
And in terms of the rituals that you were describing and the incidents, would you use the word hazing? Is that what was happening at that time?
At what time are you talking
When
about?
you were
I was
at
going
when
through?
you were at when you were at the dive team?
Yeah, I believe, but at the moment that it was happening, no, you kind of just thought it was just the norm. That's what happens, and that's it. You just put up with it, and all. That's it. I didn't even know what hazing was, I guess, till a few years later.
Yes. And in terms of normalising it, is that part of perhaps not reporting it because you saw it as it was just part and parcel of what happened?
That's it, yeah. It was also the blowback you'd get if you didn't report it as well. Like I said, you wouldn't be trusted or anything like that. And you'd be excluded pretty quickly. And it's pretty hard to be excluded out of a small team. Everyone's kind of depending on each other.
And during your time, either on deployments or when you were in the dive team, did you observe any of your friends experiencing poor mental health?
Yes, I did. Quite a few, actually. So yeah.
And without naming names, can you tell the Commission about some of those experiences in terms of, how poor was their mental health? Did any of your friends die by suicide?
I had a numerous. I've had about 4 now that I've known that have died from suicide. Yes. There was one where he was actually in Perth, so I wasn't there. I didn't know too much about him because I wasn't with him a lot. I think you could kind of see that one coming. The other ones you couldn't really, you just didn't know until it happened.
And in terms of some of those experiences witnessed, can you recall what was happening for your friends leading up to the time when they died by suicide?
Well, the first one, he had a pretty bad accident at work. I just think after that happened, he just couldn't cope with all the investigations, and I think he was going through the DVA process. Last I heard, he just let it all go. He just said, "Oh, I don't want anything. I just want to go and leave and live my life," kind of thing. And that was. I think in hindsight now, you kind of look at that as a bit of a warning sign that I don't think anyone kind of picked up on at the time. But that was like the first one. The other ones were, without getting too specific in it, you couldn't really see it was happening to each other.
And so you mentioned that there were 4 of your friends, is that correct?
That's correct.
And have you had to have any cause to deal with anybody who was experiencing suicidality?
I did. There was one of my one of the younger guys. He was going through process of an admin action. He was during that time he was pretty much excluded from his workplace and sent to another base. I rang him up to see how he was going. I said, "Mate, what's going on?" He told me what was happening. He said, "Oh, I don't even know what's going on. I haven't been told. No one's even told me what I've done wrong. I haven't been charged. I haven't been done anything. I've just been told to go over here." And he's pretty much the divisional system just dumped him. And so I asked the question. I said, "How are you doing?" He said he's not doing too well. He's a bit effed up and so on. And I asked him the question. I said, "Look, are you gonna hurt yourself? I need to know." So he said he was, and so I immediately got onto my warrant officer at the time, and I said, "Look, we need to help him. We need to get him back to the group where they were, at least, get him gainfully employed, get him, so we keep an eye on him and give him some support and everything." And he just dropped everything and made it all happen. He got him transferred over. He done all that. It wasn't until the captain found out about it and said, "No, I don't want him here." And I think from what I heard, his explanation was, "I don't want him around operational unit or trainees," which he wasn't around any of them. And so he pretty much got stuck out there by himself where he was.
And can you recall what that was like for you, having to deal with that situation at the time?
Well, I was always with him and trying to be there. And I wasn't the only one either. He had a lot of support. A lot of the guys were just always bringing him, always with him, always making sure he was okay, comforting him, trying to give him advice and telling him to go get some help and go see the psychs and just go through all that process and just try to get himself better.
Witness, would you like to take a break?
I'm fine,
Okay.
thanks.
In terms of the friends that you have lost, do you know how at that time and perhaps even now how that has impacted or is impacting you?
I know it's a hard question, I guess. I think it's impacted a lot of people really in different ways. Yeah, a teacher, but I don't know how to answer the question.
Witness, that's fine. With those friends of yours, did you attend the funerals?
I attended 2 of the 4, yeah.
And in wanting to tell your story to the commissioners today, how much of what has happened to you regarding losing your friends been a motivation for wanting to share your story today? Period.
Yep, so granted. Thank you.
Grateful, commissioners. Witness, please continue.
Yeah, so it was based on some anonymous allegations, and from the start it just went downhill. I proved the allegations were false. From there, I was instantly dismissed off course. This is my advanced course, so this is my senior sales course to become a PA. I was instantly dismissed off that. I asked what was the reasons. They said there was an impending investigation along those lines. They issued me with a training progress report to remove me immediately from course. The justification in that TPR was basically for my own safety. I disputed it and said that for me to be removed from course, it's pretty much an end to my career, and I objected to it by saying that there was no basis on it, and I have proven that with beyond any reasonable doubt that I was innocent. After that, they issued me with a notice to show cause for termination and a notice to show cause for suspension without pay. Pretty much immediately, they issued me that on a Friday and gave me 48 hours to respond. I responded. I asked for extra time because of the weekend and so forth. I then got busy on that. I overturned the suspension. I then was working with a barrister at the time. What I believe was a good response because it pretty much highlighted with evidence every part of that notice to be actually false. There was a few things going on at the time too. I applied to get transferred to personal support unit over in GI because I just wanted to get away from there. A few things happened then. I put in a bullying harassment complaint against them. I also, for my defence, I applied for a freedom of information. I did get the freedom of information, however, nearly everything was, about 90% of it was redacted. So all the emails that I wanted to get what was going on, they were redacted on the basis of personal nature. And from there, it was just like I was fighting an unwinnable battle. The whole process took about 6 months. So even if I won it, my career was over pretty much. For me to, when you're talking about getting back on course, finishing my course, and then everything I would have lost in between then, it was starting to become a bit of an unwinnable battle for me.
And can you recall how, if at all, was it impacting on your mental health at the time?
Very much so, yes. It was. I had a girlfriend at the time. We've broken up since, and that was a lot. She was very supportive, but it just took its toll as well. So.
And you mentioned that you had a child and a family at the time. Was it impacting on that?
It was, because I remember when I had to tell them what happened. It kind of it wasn't the greatest moment of my life, pretty much. So yeah, it's a lot to say, I guess.
And was there a reason why you needed to submit a freedom of information?
Because I believe there was a lot of there was a lot of I believed at the time that I was being bullied and harassed, and they were just trying to get rid of me. And I just wanted to know the reasons why, and I wanted to also understand how they undertook their investigation and so on. Because after getting legal advice on that, it was pretty evident that there was a lot of stuff that was being done and not followed correctly, and there was also I believe they were covering a lot of stuff up as well, and that's why they didn't want me to get any of that stuff in the Freedom of Information Act.
So at the time when the allegations were put to you and they undertook the investigation, was that process transparent to you? Was it done in a transparent way?
Not at all, really. Basically, my divisional officers, my understanding is that they were there to support me and protect me. I believe they're playing both sides of the coin. So they had someone up above that they were taking orders from, and those orders were in my best interest. So a lot of the time they were blatantly just lying to me. They were just trying to I don't know, find a smoking gun, I guess. And so that was one of the reasons why I left the Dice Guy. I applied for that transfer. I just couldn't trust him, because I caught him out lying a couple of times, and then I realised that they weren't there for my best interest. So I decided to go there to PSU and try to at least get some a neutral divisional system kind of to take care of me.
Witness, you said before that it was impacting on your mental health. Can you, and only to the extent that you want to, describe some of the symptoms that you were experiencing at the time?
I was always on edge. I wasn't sleeping. I started drinking heavily. I wasn't really drinking too heavily, but I was drinking constantly. I just wanted to kind of take the edge off. I went to the psychiatrist. She medicated me, which was kind of took a bit of that edge off. So I wasn't drinking as much kind of when I was on that. There was an instance where I had the police, the Navy called the police on me, I think that was pretty much the low point of everything that happened. When that happened, I had an anxiety attack, and I didn't even know what it was. Never had an anxiety attack in my life, and I actually thought I was having a heart attack, so I was going to call the ambulance to just to make sure. And my partner was saying, "You're having an anxiety attack," and I think that was the point out of all of it that I just stopped fighting. I said, I can't deal with this anymore. It's just taking its toll on me too much.
And were you having any thoughts of suicide at the time?
Well, the best way I can describe it, if you have a problem and suicide's number 1,000, the 1,000th way to kind of deal with that problem, I think at that time it was number 3.
And witness, you said that that was your low point. What decisions, if any, did you make for yourself at this point?
At that time, it was the same day I sent a letter to my divisional officer, warrant officer. It's a really very helpful man too. He was very good about everything. I pretty much said I quit. I said I don't care about getting paid anymore. I just want to get out like now, as of now. I don't want anything to do with the military anymore. I just want to live my life and not have to deal with any of this anymore. At that point too is when I contacted through my psychologist. He gave me a contact for a lawyer, and he said, "I think you better start looking at lawyers." And that's when I just got to the lawyers. I'm with the lawyers now. They're actually been very supportive. Without them, I don't know, I couldn't do it by myself.
And witness, have you also had cause to have to deal with physical injuries?
Yes, I'm still I'm still battling those, but that's a slow process, I guess.
And witness, is there anything else you would like to tell the commissioners, or any recommendations that you would like to make to the commission?
I'm not sure about too many recommendations from my own experience with the gift of hindsight. I personally, if I was going through this again, I would have, when they issued me that, I would have walked away straight away and just quit my job straight away and went and started looking for another job straight away, because the toll it took on me was just too much. I just couldn't. Yeah, so if anyone ever asked me for advice what to do on that, I'd probably give them the same. I'd say just pretty much just use that 20 days you got to respond to walk away and find another job and get on with your life, because the 6 months that you're going to go through it's a big road. You know, you kind of look at it like as if, oh, they give you a paper and you give them a paper back. It's very simple like that, but what goes on, it just takes too much toll on you. And so yeah, I wouldn't wish it on anyone, to tell you the truth. So that'd be my advice. I don't know how to fix any problem here like that. I'm just telling you my experience, that's all.
Thank you, witness. Commissioners, I don't have any further questions for the witness.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
I have just a couple of questions. One is just to seek a point of clarification. But first of all, thank you, witness, for your testimony. There's a lot of issues that you raised there today. I just want to go back to the incident where you suffered the barotrauma injury to your ear, and you said you reported to the instructor, who basically told you to say it happened while diving but not as part of a punishment.
Yes.
Was he the instructor involved in the punishment?
he was.
So was there any sense that you had at the time that he may have felt regret, or did he offer an apology or any such sentiment?
He pretty much followed me into, well, he was waiting outside when I come out of the, well, he followed me in and said and he pretty much whispered to me, just keep it hush hush and just say it happened while you were diving. He also waited outside till I finished with the doctors and asked he wanted to know what I told him, and I just told him, look, it happened. I said it happened while I was diving. As for regret, sorry, what was the question again?
Yeah, I was just wondering whether you, at the time, felt he had any sense of regret, or whether he may have expressed something of that nature.
I don't know whether it was personal regret or just a bit of us covering. I'm not sure.
And the next question, and please, if this distresses you too much, please feel free not to answer, but I just wanted to go back to the account you gave of the friend who you had contact with who revealed that they had suicidal thoughts, and you took an intervention and contacted the warrant officer, who then acted promptly to get him transferred back. But you said that then the captain said he didn't want him here. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's correct. That's from my understanding, and that's what I've got. Because I was expecting to go, where is he? Is he here? What's happening? Because I asked the warrant officer what's happening. He goes, pretty much said no. The captain put a stop to it.
And was that one of the 4 people you identified who died by suicide, or was that an additional person?
No, that's an additional. So that's one I think that was close to losing, I think. And from what he's told me and thanked all his friends over, he was pretty great, very grateful for it.
Are you aware whether he was offered support through the Navy?
Yeah, so the support's actually pretty good. Like once you go to medical and ask for that, I believe it's there. So that you get counsellors, you get your sites, all that. But from the medical perspective, I just don't think from the administration side, I don't think there was much support at all.
And then my final...
That's his.
Feed could be cut, and the non-publication order, just in terms of the time frame there, Commissioner, apologies.
Sorry,
Thank you, so granted, and thank you, Mr. Fordham.
my apologies for that. Just the sense there, just to be very clear, you did not feel supported during that period of investigation.
I did on the medical side. Once I went to medical, I couldn't say anything better about them. They were all there. It was just with my divisional side, it was like I said, they were blatantly lying to me. They were playing both sides of the coin, and I couldn't trust any of them. They were just. I think they were just. I don't think they thought I was going to fight it so much, and like I said, I kind of regret fighting it. I should have just let it all go and let them just be on my way. But yeah, as far as the visually goes, I had to actually go to another divisional officer, and then I got the support I believe I needed. So I had to get that was yeah. So I think that was a good call on my part because I just had to get away from him.
Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas?
I have no further questions, thanks, and thanks for your evidence.
Thank you, witness. I just have one issue I wanted to raise. The issue of padres within the ADF, clerical staff who assist staff. Are you aware of
and the non-publication order applied to the evidence just regarding the
padre? Yep,
the gender of the padre.
yep, so granted. Thank you. Witness, I simply wanted to, you hadn't mentioned it before, and thank you for clarifying that. I just wanted to check that you had access to that service and that you were aware of it, because we are obviously interested in the services they provide and perhaps how effective they can be. But thank you.
Oh, they're there straight away for you. Like I don't even have to ask to see them or anything like that. They were pretty much on scene straight away. So I'll thank you for that.
Okay, no, thank you. That's all I have at the moment. So if there's nothing arising.
There's nothing arising, Commissioners, and unless my friend has any questions, that concludes the evidence.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Apologies.
Witness, I just want to thank you for coming forward. We understand and we appreciate how difficult it is to recount these experiences and to go through them in the detail that you've done for us today, but we're grateful to you for doing that and we appreciate it very much. And I just want to reiterate for anyone who's watching this on live stream or here in the hearing room that services are available for people to discuss with our counsellors either through the website or here physically. If you are struggling with hearing some of this evidence, I urge you to please contact one of our staff and they'll give you guidance as to who to speak to discuss the issues.
Commissioners, if I may, in terms of the witnesses' legal representatives, I just wanted to check whether they had any questions. Commissioner?
Sorry, yes, of course.
Thank you, but no, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We'll adjourn for a short break then.
Just before you do, Commissioner, can I raise something and I may have missed it? Was the statement tendered in any form?
It's been tendered in as a confidential exhibit.
I just raised that because there's been great efforts to protect the anonymity of this witness quite properly, and the statement contains a great deal of material that would identify him.
Was there a redacted form?
There is a redacted form,
to be-
and as I understand it, Commissioners, the statement is a confidential exhibit, and it was only provided to the parties with leave, and it will not be publicly displayed. It was provided to the parties with leave to appear to provide procedural fairness, but it will not be a public exhibit.
I only raised it because I was concerned for the witness.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Fordham. Okay, thank you. We'll have a short adjournment and return.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 10:30. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session.
Thank you, Mr. Connor.
Commissioners, as I mentioned this morning, there's a change in the order of the, if I might call them data witnesses generally. We'll first hear from two people from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Mr. James N. Stone Hinkins and Ms. Lauren Moran, who are here. Commissioners, I understand that the two witnesses from AIHW have landed and will be here shortly. They are Ms. Louise Gates and Mr. Matthew James. And then later this afternoon, Commissioners will hear from witnesses from NCIS, and I'll elaborate on those acronyms for the benefit of the public.
Thank you.
Commissioners, before turning to speak with Ms. Moran and Mr. Enstone Hinkins, might I tender some documents? Operator, might you display the tender list for the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare? AIHW. Commissioners, I'll just spend might you expand that a little bit, please, Operator? Commissioners, you'll see items 1 and 2. One is a notice to give information directed to the AIHW, that is the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. Item 2 is a response, is the AIHW response. Items 3 through to 8 are reports prepared by AIHW, commissioned by the Department of Veterans Affairs, and one sees the preliminary estimates, first annual reports, 2 components to that, second annual report, third annual report, and then item 8, fourth annual report, and that of course is the report that was released on the 29th of September 2021, and one sees that goes through to members and veterans who died in the period 2001 through to 31 December 2019. Commissioner, items 9 and 10 are item 9 and 10 are 9 is the report prepared by AIHW for Dr. Bernadette Boss, and that's the quantitative report. And then there was a qualitative report prepared by the Australian Commission on Safety and Quality in Healthcare, known as ACS QHC, and that the ACS QHC report to Dr. Boss was provided after Dr. Boss had completed her report. There are then, through from 11 to 20, some additional AIHW reports that relate to an earlier period that throw a little light on deaths by suicide amongst earlier populations. And from 21 through to 25 are some articles, and then 26 is another document prepared by AIHW, which is, my apologies, Commissioner. Sorry, items 21 through to 36 and item 38 are articles that are of value. Item 37 is a report prepared by the AIHW I tender those documents, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. So they'll be accepted and allocated the next consecutive numbers.
Might I take the Commission to a table prepared by AIHW. Operator, might you display AIHW.quadruple9.0001.0001, and this is the AIHW response to the Commission's notice to give, response dated 4 March 2022. I'll just repeat that reference, AIHW.quadruple9.0001.001. Might you go to the next page, please, operator? Might you display the the table that appears on that page, please?
Sorry, Mr. Connor, will the witnesses be sworn in?
They will be shortly, just as
okay.
I finish tendering the documents.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
This comes from the AIHW material. One sees there, these are permanent reserve deaths by year and ex-serving by year. So that information will emerge. One sees the 1273 at the bottom. So this is a valuable table, and we expect in due course to have numbers, or really shortly, numbers of deaths by suicide in permanent and reserve and ex-serving going back to 1985. AIHW is in the process of preparing that. They will not have that available today. I understand they are fairly confident that the numbers are accurate, as they can be, back to from 1995 through to 2000. So one sees in there total numbers in the right-hand column. One sees in the Defence Forces itself, numbers ranging from 18 per year through to, or 6 to 18 per year. That's year by year. So it will emerge, we hope, earlier numbers. Operator, might you display the NCIS data Tyndall bundle? Now, Commissioners, might you expand that a little bit, please, operator? One sees there some general information, items 1 to 4. One sees fact sheets in 5 through to 8. And then one sees we don't have a 2019, we don't have a 2020 because of delays in the process. The data dictionaries, 10 and 11. And then strategic plans for 2017 through to 2021, and then some other documents. Commissioners, I tender items 1 to 15 on that list.
Thank you, Mr. Connors. That'll be accepted and allocated again the next consecutive numbers.
Operator, might you display the Australian Bureau of Statistics tender list? Operator, might you enlarge that a little bit? Now, one sees a notice to give, and then importantly, document number 2, which is the ABS response, very detailed response to the notice to give provided by the ABS. And there are various other documents referred to there. One sees in item 7 a recent paper by Snowden and Nemke, and this concerns how there might be an undercounting of numbers of deaths by suicide. Commissioners, might I tender those items 1 to 10. Sorry, there's two items on the next page, which are Ms Moran's curriculum vitae and Mr James Enstone Hickens' curriculum vitae.
Thank you, Mr. Conagin. They'll be accepted and allocated the next numbers consecutively.
Commissioners, I call Mr Enstone James Hickens rather and Ms Moran.
Mr. Enstone Hinkins, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Moran, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Commissioners, I'll refer to the Australian Bureau of Statistics by its acronym ABS. Mr Enstone Hickens, you are the Director of Health and Vital Statistics at the ABS,
Yes, that's correct.
and you've held that position since 2012.
That's right.
And the Health and Vital Statistics team is responsible for compiling the National Mortality Data Set.
That's right.
And this is a data set that provides information on underlying and associated causes of all deaths registered in Australia.
Correct.
And you are currently the co-chair of the World Health Organisation's Mortality Reference Group.
That's right.
That organisation, the Mortality Reference Group, is responsible for providing advice to the World Health Organisation on the maintenance and updating of the International Classification of Diseases.
That's correct.
And we're presently moved to ICD, which stands for International Classification of Diseases, number 11.
We're currently using ICD-10, but ICD-11 has been released now by the World Health Organization as of the beginning of 2022.
Thank you. You're also currently a member of the Brisbane Accord Group. What's that group?
So it's a group of international agencies, some government departments and some academic institutions that support countries in the Pacific region with civil registration and vital statistics improvements.
You played a part in the development of the World Health Organisation's ICD number 11.
That's right. They formed a task force of people to assist with the finalisation of that classification to make sure it will be fit for purpose for multiple uses, including mortality.
And how long have you been working with the ABS?
For 22 years now.
My apologies. I don't think we've had the witnesses affirmed. We have. Yep. My apologies. Ms Moran, you are currently the Acting Director of the Mortality Data Centre at the ABS.
That's correct.
You and your team sit within the Health and Vital Statistics section of the ABS.
That's correct.
And you've been in that position since September 2021.
That's right.
And you worked as an Assistant Director in Health and Vital Statistics from 2016 to 2021.
That's correct.
And you've been with ABS since 2012?
That's right.
Yes. And you're also a member of the Brisbane Accord Group?
Yes, that's right.
Operator, might you display ABS.9999.0001.001 1.001. And might you expand that, please, the top of that document? As you appreciate, Commissioners, a notice to give information was provided asking 16 questions, including some sub-questions, and a detailed response of 23 pages has been provided by ABS. Now, might you just tell us very shortly about the registries of births, deaths and marriages, and also very quickly about the medical certificate of cause of death in a sentence or two?
Yeah, maybe if I can briefly say, so the registries of births, deaths and marriages are obviously instrumental in the process of registering death, but also passing information onto the ABS from which we compile vital statistics, so information on births, deaths and marriages. And the medical certificate of cause of death is filled out by a medical practitioner shortly after a death occurs, is passed to a funeral director, and is part of the information that forms the death registration at the Registry of Births, Deaths and Marriages. It also underpins the information that we have for doctor-certified deaths on the medical cause of death.
Now, you've referred in response to question 1, you're asked to describe in detail the ABS codes, causes of death, in particular deaths by intentional self-harm. And now, we wish to explore with you this whole notion of intentional self-harm and uncertainty surrounding the classification of a person with intentional self-harm. Do you want to just speak very shortly to the what you've said in response to question 1, speaking about the ABS codes, the Australian Bureau of Statistics codes?
Yeah, certainly. So we do code all the death registrations that we receive. For coroner-referred deaths, we do have the demographic information from the funeral director, but we also access the National Coronial Information System for further information regarding the cause of death. So when we access the NCIS, which I'll refer to it as, we have a look at police reports, toxicology reports, forensic pathology, coronial findings, and just some coded data from the coders in the coroner courts. And we apply ICD-10 codes to those. So when we apply ICD-10 codes, we're looking for the intent of death, so whether it's a suicide, an accident or a homicide. We're also looking for injuries and associated causes. So they could be risk factors such as mental health conditions or psychosocial conditions. And we put those together and compile the cause of death data set.
Now, operator, might you display page 5 of this same document? And might you expand that, please, operator? Now, you have 2 diagrams here, this and the next one. One concerns a closed case on NCIS. In the broadest possible terms, NCIS depends on what the coroners have done and gathered. Yes. The NCIS works on that material and classifies people in certain categories as having died in certain ways, and then you rely very significantly on the NCIS information.
So we use all of the reports available on the NCIS. So the coded information from the NCIS is just one aspect of all of those reports that I outlined. So the police
Yes.
report and everything's just as important as the other.
As now, just running through a closed case on NCIS, you're very dependent, or the system is very dependent on, has the coroner made a determination of intentional self-harm? Is that a fair statement?
So when we're assigning the intent of death, we always have a look at what the coroner has assigned as the intent. So if the coroner has said that it's a death by suicide, we will assign a suicide intent to the death, but we still use all of the other reports to build in the circumstances of the death.
Now, just in broad terms, and how many people who ultimately are categorised as dying by suicide would not have been categorised as dying by suicide by the coronial information?
I don't have the exact numbers at hand. There's differences via jurisdiction and also via individual coroner.
Yes, but just to give us a broad proportion, say in New South Wales, taking New South Wales coronial system.
So for New South Wales, we only receive a dispensation of death. So we generally don't receive a formal coronial finding unless it's gone to inquest.
And do you know how many inquests there are a year in New South Wales?
It's a low number. I also don't have the exact number.
Something like 120 or so a year. So you don't get much information from the New South Wales Coroner's Court in terms of coroner's findings.
In terms of the findings, we're still able to look at the police report and the autopsy.
Yes. Now, would you be assisted there by some detailed coroner's assessment?
So the information that we receive from the coroner is really very important in helping us with assigning the codes. So the intent itself is just one aspect. As long as we've got good access to the reports on the NCIS, we're generally able to assign an accurate intent of death.
But the NCIS is subject to the same problems, aren't they? Say in relation to New South Wales and the provision of limited information in many cases.
That's correct for New South Wales.
What was the expression you used to, contrary to a formal inquest, what was the expression you used to describe what was provided in the usual New South Wales case?
So a dispensation. So the dispensation generally outlines the direct medical cause of death. So that could be multiple injuries, or it really refers to the cause of death.
Cause of death. Now, and you don't ordinarily see suicide, death by suicide amongst those causes, do you?
No, so the cause of death and the intent generally sit as two separate categories.
Now, are other states like that in their...
So we also receive a dispensation from South Australia, but the other states we receive quite detailed coronial findings at the end of the coronial investigation. And
there's a time lapse, as it were. I don't want to ask you necessarily about outliers, but what time period have you noticed between the finalisation, as it were, of the coroner's dealing with the matter and the date of death?
So we can really only talk from the ABS perspective as to when we can access the cases. So we do preliminary coding that we publish 9 months after the end of a calendar year, and we're able to publish fairly accurate figures for suicide at that point. That doesn't mean that we would have the coronial findings available at that point. So the coronial investigations can take time, very much depending on the circumstances of the death. So it would be very difficult to put an exact number on that.
There's a wide range there, is there?
There is a wide range.
And it extends out 2, 3, 4 years? Is that territory?
In some rare instances, it would, but the majority of cases we're receiving within 1 to 2 years for final cases. So that's for the entire investigation.
Right. Now, you spoke of your, I think it's called preliminary, revised and final reports, and you refer to this in paragraph 86 of your response. Mm-hmm. Now, taking the year 2021, last year, when will you have your preliminary report available?
So we're scheduled to publish that either at the end of September or the beginning of October.
Right. Now, and what is that based on, material-wise, just in broad terms?
So the Causes of Death annual report reports on all causes of death that were registered in 2021. So that's doctor certified and coroner certified.
But there'll be not that many coroner certified, will there?
So every coroner referred death that was registered in 2021 will be included in the report, and it will be assigned a preliminary code. So for the cases that are closed, those codes would be considered complete. We won't change those, but there will be a number of open cases within that coroner referred data set with a preliminary code assigned, and we'll re-examine those over the next 2 years after.
Now there's a in preparing the preliminary figure, say for New South Wales, you're relying principally there on the police report and the medical certificate of death.
Yes, that's correct. So the police report, if there's a forensic pathology report available, that's also very important, as is the toxicology for any drug-related mortality. We also use the coded fields within the NCIS database that a clerk in the coroner's court fills out if they're available also.
And you don't get that material independently from NCIS, you get that from the coroners, you get it from NCIS.
That's right. So we access the NCIS for all states and territories.
Now, just to come to this is the closed cases, and then you're going through a process there of analysing this. Does the mechanism indicate a possible suicide? And you then code it, and there's a question there, is there sufficient evidence to indicate the death was a suicide? And the process really is trying to infer from the material available whether there's intent to die by suicide.
That's correct.
Now you've referred to, you're asked a question about John Snowden and Nam Ki Choi's paper, which was published last year. Operator, might you display stu.0.002.5092.5092. Commissioners, there's reference also to open cases, which is in the next, but now, this is a paper that's addressed in detail. Might you go to the next page, please, Operator? One sees this recent paper and Dr. Snowden, psychiatrist from Concord. Now, Operator, might you go to page 5096. And Dr. Snowden and Dr. Choi used the expression havens of hidden suicide, and one category there is ill-defined or unknown causes of death. The second category referred to, if you just display that a little bit further, come down to the next category, second category, event of undetermined intent, or EUI, and then the third category of accidental deaths. You'd agree that that's a convenient way of referring to the area of uncertainty surrounding the identification of numbers of deaths by suicide.
Yeah,
Those labels are convenient.
it's fine.
Yes.
Yeah. Any other labels that you can think of, or any other categories?
They work. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yes. And if operator, might you go back to the document ABS.9.001.0001 and go to paragraph 9 on the next page. Sorry, on the third page. Now, coming to, this is what you've put in the response. You jointly wrote the response, or?
That's
correct.
correct.
Yes. Now, you receive a monthly report of file of death records from NCIS.
Yes,
And
that's right.
any delay that NCIS experiences in getting hold of material, you have that delay visited upon you as well.
That's correct. Yeah.
That's correct. Now, would just tell us a little bit more about how you go about working out deaths by intentional self-harm.
So in relation to this question specifically, or just in general, how we would
In
code?
general, yes, it's you're trying to work this out, and there is, of course, we need some kind of idea of the uncertainty surrounding it, the numbers that you ultimately come to, and also some idea about how systems could be improved, in particular in relation to members of defence and veterans. Now, just to focus on those two groups of people for a minute, you don't know who they are, do you?
No, we don't have a notification if somebody is a veteran. We just receive deaths for each individual.
Now, how could that system be improved to facilitate the identification of, in the first instance, the death of a veteran, and allow proper analysis by Australian Bureau of Statistics of whether that was a death by suicide?
Yeah, I would say that when we're compiling the national mortality data set, we are compiling information on every death that occurs. So there's no differentiation of process between any member of society who may have died. In terms of the information that we have available, we're able to code obviously based on what is available on the NCIS at any given time. If we needed to specifically focus on a cohort of people, in this case in particular defence or veterans, then there would need to be an exercise to identify who those people are in the data set, or which records we should be looking at specifically. That could be done through a linkage process, and there would be mechanisms that would require appropriate governance to implement, but would then allow us to focus particularly on a cohort of deaths and potentially do further study on those.
But that's not a, that can be done. There's no technical limitations in identifying the group of defence members somehow and identifying how many have died by suicide.
So I don't think we can really say on the part if we can identify defence members. The ABS personally can't do that process.
And that's because of the present limitations you have on your systems.
Well, we don't have a list of people who were in the Defence Force, so we do receive very limited information about occupation at
Yes.
death, but that's very varied and there's not a standard way that we would that would be filled out.
But if it was thought necessary at any time to understand how many people were dying by suicide in defence, it could be done by a linkage between your material and the list of defence members.
Yeah.
That would be one option.
Yeah.
Yes, and similarly with a ex-service population as well.
Yeah, that's correct.
Now, do you know whether NCIS doesn't do that at all? You don't know?
Yeah, but we could not comment on that.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, I think would you just mind explaining in a little detail where a coroner has not made a determination of intentional self-harm? And we've heard that the information you might get from the coronial system in New South Wales is limited. Now, and we'd be interested in some idea about the numbers, as it were. You know, numbers identified by a coroner as a death by dying by suicide, and then what has to happen, you know, what's further identified by NCIS and you in your review process. Could you speak to that a little bit about that?
Yes, certainly. So I can talk through the coding process that the ABS team takes.
Yes.
So I'll just start by mentioning that every coroner-referred death is looked at individually by the ABS coding team. Suicide is very complex. There's often many factors that go into the decision to code a case to suicide. So when the coder is looking at the NCIS, as I mentioned, we would start with the police report. And if there's, for a closed case, if there's no finding made by the coroner, we would look at some of the evidence available. So we would start off with things like a suicide note or just comments to family, things like that. There's often interviews with medical practitioners or medical experts as well that can be included in the police report. This is also included in the pathology report and outline of the case. So we go through and look at things like that. We also look at the mechanism of the death. Some mechanisms are more likely to be suicide or are more easily determined to be suicide than others. So that does come into consideration. We also do look at the coding by the clerk in the coroner's court. So I mentioned in the response that there's two boxes. So there's one that says the initial notification of intent, and that's where the case has been received. When it's open, this is what the clerk has been notified that it's been received as. So it could have had an initial notification of an intentional self-harm, and so we would look at that as well and look at the available evidence that is in the other reports and try and make the decision based on that.
Do you, in your deep experience, see improvements that could be made to the system so far as identifying deaths by suicide? And that's through the system, the police report, what's going on in the coronial system, NCIS, and ultimately you.
So from the ABS perspective, it's really about how much information we can access when we're coding. So when we have all the reports available, we're able to pull together a very accurate data set in a timely manner and a very rich data set with associated causes and risk factors, which can be used to inform some suicide prevention activities as well. So having reports available in quicker matters would be an improvement. Having access to all the reports for all of the jurisdictions. I also made a note that on the NCIS, the police report is just the initial police report. So when the police go to the scene of the death, this is the police report that they've filled out. So having another update on the coronial investigation and how that's proceeded could also be quite useful for the ABS when doing their coding.
Operator, might you display page 9 of this document and paragraphs 23 and 24? If you would just... now, this is, you're pointing out here the differences between the jurisdictions in the data being made available to NCIS, which you ultimately get. Do you get any information other than the NCIS provided data?
Only the information that comes through on the death registration itself, which is really demographic information, that all cause of death information is sourced from NCIS.
From NCIS.
That's right.
Do you do any independent inquiries of your own, in the sense of contacting the police person or the doctor?
No, we really need to work within our legislation for that. So the context in which we work is we access the NCIS for the information.
Yes. Now, how long on average, does a coding person, a person who's doing the coding, take to code a case, as it were?
It's very, very dependent on the breadth of information available. So if there's just a cause of death and one report, it may be 5 minutes only if it's a very short report. But if there is a lot of reports to read, sometimes the coronial findings can be quite long, then it can take 30 to 40 minutes. So every report is read, and if there are some difficulties in making the decision, we also will meet as a group and talk it out to make sure that there's consistency being applied across all cases.
Do you make notes on this process?
So we have internal
notes,
minutes, not regarding cases individually because we can't release things on individual people, but we do make notes on consistency of application of coding.
Now, you make the point in paragraph 24, first dot point, inconsistent availability of reports for New South Wales. Just explain that a little bit further.
So for New South Wales, we can receive the police report, a toxicology, a forensic pathology, or a coronial dispensation, but not every case has all 4 attached. Sometimes a case will just have 1 attached, sometimes 2. Some cases don't have any. So I can't talk as to why it's filled out like that, just as to what we see.
And what do you follow that up, or do you, with the coroners, do you?
With the NCIS. So we have a very good working relationship with the NCIS. How the NCIS then work with the courts is in their domain, but we do communicate some of our challenges when we're doing the coding.
Now, and the next dot point, you refer to South Australia, and forensic pathology and toxicology reports not generally made available for any cases.
That's right.
Is there any reason that you understand for this?
The NCIS would have to talk to that, so that's very much in their domain.
And then you refer to Queensland in the third dot point, and that's a delay element, isn't it? The case has to be closed.
That's right.
before any information comes forward.
Yes, so when we have the information, it is excellent. The report, the coronial findings are very detailed and similar with the pathology and toxicology, but it's just the timeliness of how we can access that for coding.
And your experience of the Victorian information?
So the Victorian information, we find that the reports are attached very, very early. Sometimes we don't have the coding that I mentioned that the coroner clerk does, but that's okay because the reports have a very wide breadth of information and we're able to apply our processes to those.
And that's across many of the reportable deaths, is it, that come to you?
Yes, that's right.
Now, and then you make another point in dot point 4, some cases are blocked by coroners' courts for access on the NCIS. What's
Yes.
going on there?
So very sensitive cases can be blocked by a coronial court. We don't have any jurisdiction over that. So I believe that would be a matter for the court themselves.
Does that happen often?
Not very often, no. It's a small number of cases.
Now, operator, might you display stu.quadruple0.002.4812. Operator, might you go to .4817 and might you display the table there, please? And if you could expand the table, please, operator. So the intentional self-harm, top 10 multiple causes proportion. Now, are these single items, as it were, or is there overlap here?
Yeah, there is overlap. So people can appear in multiple categories.
So mood disorders, 43% there in population generally.
So you're referring to the 25 to 44-year-olds? Oh, no, sorry, all
the
ages.
total,
So
yes,
it's just
yes.
the same. So we don't have a comparison for the general population. This is just a profile of the deaths of people who died by suicide. So 43% of people who died by suicide had a mood disorder mentioned somewhere in the coronial investigation.
So you comb the material you have and you identify these various things here.
Yes, that's right.
Now, you've mental and behavioural disorders due to psychoactive substance use. So that's another major group there.
Yes, it is a very important group for suicide.
And it's symptoms and signs involving emotional state.
Yes, so when we publish, we have to publish the ICD-10 code descriptions, but R458, actually the text that we see when we assign that code is suicide ideation.
R458.
R458, that's right.
Now, anxiety and stress-related disorders, another large proportion there across all ages in the general population.
Yes.
And these are the toxicology reports. The next one, 14.9% in the general population.
Yes, that's right. So that's where we have the toxicology report, but no context as to whether, so for example, we may see that alcohol is present, but we can't tell if for that person it was at a toxic level, so we just still mark that there was a substance found in the blood.
Now, you're the group that does this analysis. It's not done by NCIS.
That's right, our team does this.
And if there was a system that identified defence members and veterans who died by suicide, you'd be able to do this analysis, or an analysis could be done relating to those two groups of people.
Yes, so we did do some work for the AIHW where we added in risk factors for veterans who had died by suicide.
Is it the same analysis that's done here?
Yes, so it's an expanded analysis. So it does have all of these ICD-10 codes. So this particular group is highlighting diagnosable conditions. We also have another group of risk factor codes that we apply, which are psychosocial risk factors. So really looking at lifestyle risk. It could be relationship breakdown, financial distress, those types of things. So the whole, both constructs were applied to that group when we did the coding for AIHW.
And when did you do that?
The end of 2020.
Sounds right.
The end of 2020?
Yes.
It's a substantial work, is it? Or how many pages is it, this?
It was a substantial amount of work, yes.
And you've still got that, obviously.
So part of the project that we supplied that to the AIHW, and they have published on that.
Do you know in what area they've published on that offhand?
I don't know offhand, James. I'm not sure. So
No, unfortunately,
I'm
I couldn't
sorry,
say.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Operator, might we come back to abs.quadruple9.0001.001? Operator, might you display page 8 of that document, please? And might you go to the heading 3B, please, operator? You've made some general statements in paragraph 18 there. We've addressed some of them. Vary according to timeliness of death registration. What does that mean?
So there's always a time gap between when a death occurs and when it's registered, and the ABS only receives information on registered deaths. So if that gap is longer, we may not know about the death, and at that point we're unable to assign any cause of death codes. The time between death and registration can vary. It is generally shorter for deaths that are certified by a doctor and longer for coroner-referred deaths. It can be affected in part by legislation in that deaths in Australia should only be registered after burial or cremation. But there can also just be delays in terms of paperwork being received by the registries or in a registration being finalised, and those can impact on when we know about the death and therefore can report on it.
And what sort of delays can you experience there? What's your longest delay, as it were?
I would say that the majority of deaths that occur, so we most recently in terms of reporting around the pandemic, have been seeing rates of completion around about 95% for doctors certified deaths after 2 months. But for some deaths, that period can be weeks, months, or even years. And that can be dependent on some rare cases where, for instance, somebody has been missing for a long period of time. It can be related to some administrative error or something like that. But those are things that probably belong to the registries.
Is that significant for what you do so far as classifying a death as a death by suicide? That process, delay in that process.
It could be a problem if we are unaware of a group of coroner-referred deaths that may lead to. So just in terms of the scope of what we do, we report each year on all deaths registered within a calendar year. If deaths have occurred that have not been reported or registered and reported to us, that may lead to an apparent undercount. So there is always a lag between death and registration. If for some reason that were to expand during a year, it might mean that the number of deaths that we're reporting on doesn't as accurately reflect on the number of deaths that occurred and were registered during that year. That can lead to some volatility between years.
Now, what important steps have to be taken here to facilitate what you do?
I suppose in terms of what we've talked about already, ensuring that we are receiving information on the deaths is very important from the perspective of being able to give consistent and meaningful comparison of year-on-year changes in numbers of deaths. In terms of our ability to provide accurate data, we are very much reliant on what doctors put onto death certificates, so the breadth of information they record. But if we're talking specifically about deaths by suicide, we come back to the amount of information that is available to us on the NCIS and the ability to follow a process through to capture all the information available over a period of time.
Do you see the medical certification form for doctors to fill in as adequate in all places?
So the medical certificate of cause of death it's an international form that is a recommended form of that from the World Health Organization, and it does cover both the diseases that may have been part of the chain of events leading to death, and it also provides for a doctor to tell us about any other relevant conditions that were not part of that chain of events. So often we'll get information on chronic conditions that can be highly relevant. The question of how much information we receive can be very different depending on doctors certifying each death and the amount of information that they are able to provide to us, and perhaps also the knowledge that they have of the person who has died.
Now, what about the police information? The police report to coroner from state to state. That differs from state to state?
Yes, so that can differ from state to state.
And do you have views about the respective value of the police report forms in the various states?
Yeah, the police report is very, very important for when we're coding causes of death, especially those that are due to suicide. So, as I mentioned before, receiving an update on police investigations could add some value to the way that we're able to code and assign intent to causes of death.
Now, you'd know something about the suicide registers around Australia?
Yes, that's right.
And about the interim suicide registers?
Yes.
Just tell us broadly what you know about just in short form, the suicide registers, what's happening there.
So we understand that their role is quite different to ours, that they are set up to report only on suicides. There are some different working mechanisms. We know the one at Queensland works out of Griffith University, but Victoria and Tasmania are more connected to the coroner courts. So they have access to different information, and they're really producing, especially for the interim suicide registers, rapid information to inform rapid response and policy.
Just tell us about the Queensland interim suicide register. Do you know anything about that?
So not a lot more than what I've just outlined.
So, interim meaning done within days of the death.
Yeah, that's right. So they're giving what they believe to be the initial intent. Of course, that's not the final intent.
Yes, and they're doing that off the completed police report.
The police form, that's right.
Now, you're familiar with the police, you'd be very familiar with the police reports from state to state, as it were.
Yes.
And the varying detail in those reports. And you'd be able to tell us ultimately about something about the differences and what you regard as valuable, not necessarily now, but at some stage.
Yeah, that's right. So I think what's important to note about the police report, and I'm sure the NCIS would give further information on this, is that we're just seeing a version of that. So the New South Wales police form actually is very detailed. It has excellent information about demographics. It has the initial write-up of the case, and so we're able to use a lot of the police report to inform different parts of the process, where other jurisdictions we may just receive that excerpt on the actual scene of death.
And there's not any identification of whether a defence member, there's no field relating to defence members in any of the reports, any of the police reports from states and territories of Australia?
So I couldn't talk to that because we're just seeing a particular version.
Right. Did you have something to say? No. Now, undercounting of suicides and that problem, and events of undetermined intent. Now, do you identify in your reports numbers of undetermined, numbers of deaths of undetermined intent?
Yes, we do.
And what kind of numbers are they compared with the numbers of deaths by suicide?
So there is the revisions process. So when we release the preliminary data, there can be between 200 and 300 deaths due to undetermined intent.
Yes.
For the last few years, for suicide, the number, even when we've released preliminary numbers, are approximately 3,000 deaths per year.
So 200. What do you ultimately end up with when the final report is produced?
So for the last few years, it's been between about 120 and 150 per year is the final number.
Final number.
Yes.
And then to use the expression that Dr. Soden and Dr. Choi use, the ill-defined or unknown causes of death.
Yes.
Now, that's another group that's reported in your annual reports.
Yeah, that's separate. It's identified separately.
It's identified separately. What sorts of numbers you end up in the final version of the annual report, or the report for the annual year, in that category?
So for coroner-referred deaths, it's generally between 650 and 750 deaths per year.
Of ill-defined or unknown causes of death.
Of ill-defined. So really importantly to note, for ill-defined causes of death, the most common category that they're reassigned to is ischemic heart disease. So they are natural causes of death just awaiting autopsy. So when we apply the revisions process, generally about 20 deaths that were originally assigned as R99, so we knew nothing about that death, are reassigned to suicide, most commonly drug overdose.
Drug overdoses in that?
In that 20, so about 2% of the original total.
And what about the category accidental deaths?
So there can be some change in accidental deaths. So once again...
Just firstly, the number in the final report relative to the number of deaths by suicide.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so it's by far the highest number of intent because there's a lot of mechanisms that go into accident. There's drug overdoses, vehicle accidents and drowning and things
Sorry,
like
I was just trying to get at the... we've got death by suicide as a category.
Yes.
Are you speaking there of subcategories of death by suicide? No, you're talking...
No, sorry. So I'll start again and reframe to make it a bit clearer. So when we report on accident as an intent, there are many, many mechanisms that go into accident, and the number is the highest for accidental deaths. James, I can't think of the number off the top of my head.
We would have 3,000 to 4,000, I would imagine, easily.
Yeah.
In fact, probably 5,000 to 6,000.
Probably more 5,000 to 6,000, I would think.
And that's in people, for example, a person in a single driving into a tree, for example.
These are all accidents, so this is every motor vehicle accident that happens, every drowning that occurs, so all types of accidents, accidental poisonings are part of it, but it could be falls or other, any type of accident that occurs.
Now, you've written about or addressed the UK ONS system, Office of National Statistics. Mm-hmm. You've answered some questions on that. What are they doing differently to what you're doing?
So just referring back to the question, so in terms of the system that is used in the UK, the ONS, we were asked in the question that whether or not their decision to include events of undetermined intent with suicides when they're presenting data, whether or not that would apply in the Australian context. We only really are able to talk with authority on the Australian system, and given that we have a process of revisions where we have small numbers of events of undetermined intent that ultimately reflect the outcome of a coronial investigation, we wouldn't see that particular, the combination of those two groupings would be appropriate in the Australian context.
Now, there is this large group of accidental deaths, and there's another group of ill-defined deaths, and it all depends on the material available, whether you can find something to infer intent, doesn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
That's
so
right.
we obviously have to follow. We are reflecting what the coronial investigation has found with intent for all of those deaths, or not being able to find, as the case may be.
Yes. Operator, might you display page 19 of this same document? And Operator, might you display paragraph 73? And one sees there, paragraph 73, this is in the revisions process, and then this is the events of undetermined origin in the preliminary report.
Yes.
Approximately 60% were found to be deaths by suicide. And then you've got this problem of insufficient evidence of intent. So it's kind of still an evidentiary problem, isn't it? Is that a fair thing to say?
There is the issue of accessibility to reports, but we really do find that over the period of revisions that our assigning of intent is quite accurate. So the deaths that remain at undetermined intent have been thoroughly investigated.
I know they've been thoroughly investigated on the material
Sorry,
that you've
can the
got.
witness finish your answer?
Sorry, my apologies. My apologies to you too.
No, that's okay. I guess I just wanted to point out that it's not always looking at a suicide and an accident. It could also be looking at a homicide and an accident, or the other intents also sit in there as well.
Yes, just coming to, but in carrying out the revision process, you're looking to see whether there's evidence somewhere of intent. And I was just trying to see whether you agree that it's critically dependent on the nature of the evidence that is available to you.
Yes, so the reports that we can have to look at are very important for the coding.
Yes, and so there could, you may well not have sufficient evidence. There may be gaps in the materials that you have available to you to do that.
It is possible for a small amount of cases. There are also a number of cases where the coroner has made a finding of undetermined intent, which we're following as well. So it's a mixture of following the intent of the coroner, and then there are some cases where we don't have the information there.
And if a particular coroners want to find an event of undetermined intent for whatever reason, you unless there's something somewhere in the toxicology or somewhere, you leave that undisturbed.
In the majority of cases, we do follow what the coroner has put, and we are looking at all the pieces of evidence available as well. So I would think it would be quite rare for us to also disagree with what is there.
Now, nothing further, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Commissioner Brown?
I have just one question. Just going back to the issue that Mr. Connor was raising around recording deaths by suicide of current or ex-serving members of the Defence Force. You spoke about being able to do that if data linkage was available to you. And I think Mr. Connor asked a question about whether that's technically possible, and I got lost somewhere in the answer there. So is it technically possible but currently not done because of permissions or other barriers? Could you just explain to me what the current circumstance is there?
Yes, Commissioner. When we were asked to do a specific study into this, to be able to look at the appropriate death records, we needed to have a linkage process to identify which records to look at. That could be done based on other knowledge of who the defence or veteran cohort were. So that could then be applied. And once we're able to identify which records we should be looking at, then we could further the study to look at all of the evidence that's there on the NCIS again for those people.
But going forward, if we were to want to do that prospectively, you know, from a certain point in time onwards, what would be required to be in place to allow that to happen?
Yeah. Commissioner, I think the process that is in place is probably the, in terms of using the linkage to identify, would probably be most appropriate. In terms of collecting information on whether on someone's occupation, for instance, it can change over time, and our experience with occupation indicators on initial data sets would be that it would not give a very accurate representation of somebody's current occupation at time of death, that may not accurately reflect whether or not they had been ex-service personnel, that the linked data sets certainly can identify if somebody has been part of that in their lifetime, therefore should give a better representation.
So again, just so I'm absolutely clear, so the linkage would occur at the ABS with, for example, the defence database recording personnel?
That's right. So it may not occur at the ABS, but if that linkage can occur and we can be notified of the right records, then yes, we would be able to go ahead and do that work specifically for that cohort of people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you. I've heard you use two descriptions of intent. One was intentional self-harm, and the other was intent to die by suicide. Because I'm a lawyer, I can conceive of different factual circumstances giving rise to that. You can have intentional self-harm without an intent to die by suicide, but where death might follow because of, say, an infection setting into a wound or something like that. How do you code that?
So once again, it's definitely on a case-by-case basis. So we do occasionally see a finding in a report where it may say that the person didn't die in the setting of suicide. So this is generally where there may be a mental illness such as psychosis present, and the individual may be in the midst of an episode. So the coroner may feel that they didn't actually, weren't in the right frame of mind to make an intent to die, but they will highlight that the death was in the setting of intentional self-harm. So from the ABS perspective, we would assign that death to our intentional self-harm statistics and put in the relevant risk factors around that as well.
And would the coding indicate that the person may not have intended to die by suicide?
Currently, we don't have that capability, but I do believe that there is further capability coming,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
so maybe, Commissioner, if I could just mention, we talked earlier about the classification of diseases that we're currently using, the 10th revision. The 11th revision of the classification of diseases introduces a concept of extension codes, which provide far more opportunity to be able to capture additional information about a particular death. Currently, we're limited to what we can capture in the framework of ICD-10. Extension codes could allow us to differentiate with a specific code if someone intended to die or did not intend to die. It would also allow us the flexibility to have further definition around codes for particular risk factors. So it would enhance the interpretability perhaps of the data that we're able to collect, but right now we're limited to what is available in ICD-10, and so those are the codes that we're able to capture, and unfortunately intent to die is not one that we can capture at the moment.
I see, thank you. My second question follows on from Commissioner Brown's question about linkages with databases. If, for example, you did link the name of a deceased with a defence database, there's always at least probably a minor possibility that the individual's name would have changed, either by deed poll or through marriage or something like that. Would the sort of linkages you envisage be able to cope with something like that?
I believe that the linkage team, so we do have a separate group of experts of data linkers at the ABS, but they link across multiple variables, which could include address, date of birth,
Right.
and that type of thing. So a number of things are taken into account.
Thanks. And finally, when you do code, you said that there's a revisions process when you find out more information. How long does that last for, the revisions process?
Commissioner,
I'm thinking of a particular example from my own experience where someone was initially thought to have died by accident, and then after further police work, quite a few years later, there was a finding of murder.
So we keep the cases open for 2 years after we initially look at it, Commissioner. We find that the majority of cases are, if they're not closed, they have sufficient information to code intent. The example that you've just mentioned, there is always a possibility that some cases may go for much longer.
I suspect this one might have been kept open because of the criminal charge. Would that have kept it going longer?
That's my understanding, but definitely not my area of expertise either.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Before I go to Mr. Fordham, is any matters arising? Mr. Connor?
Nothing, Commissioner.
Okay. Mr. Fordham?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner, Ms Louise Gates and Mr Matthew James have arrived. Mr Fordham would like 15 minutes break to speak with them before the evidence resumes. Might Mr Enstone Hinkins and Ms Moran be released from their...
Yes, you're released from your notice to appear, and we just want to thank you for your evidence today. It is very valuable, and certainly in the context of the discussions that we're having for the rest of the day, it really has laid a good foundation for us. Thank you for all the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Is it proposed that we break for lunch now, or is it only a 15-minute break?
I think a 15-minute break would be... and we could,
Is it more convenient if we have lunch now?
I think we're all in your hands, Commissioner.
No worries. Well, we'll break for 15 minutes then, and then return. Okay. We'll convene.
right. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 12:20. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Mr Connor.
Commissioners, if it's convenient, might we proceed for about an hour until 1:20 p.m. and have a half-hour luncheon break, as it were, to 1:50 and resume again at 1:50 p.m.
Yep, that sounds fine. Thanks very much.
Commissioners, I call Mr Matthew James and Ms Louise Gates.
Your arrival has been much anticipated.
Miss Gates, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. James, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr James, you are the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of AIHW.
That's correct.
You also lead the Deputy CEO group.
That's right.
You provide broad oversight of the Centrelink Strategies Group.
That's one of the units that I oversee. Yep.
The Flagship Reporting Group.
Yeah, unit, yes. Yep.
The Mental Health Group.
Unit, yes. Yep.
Sorry, my apologies, unit.
Yep.
And the Suicide and Self-Harm Monitoring Unit.
Those are the units that are in my own group, and I also oversee broadly 4 other groups at the Institute.
Operator, might you display STU.quadruple0.0002.7342? This is the annual report, Commissioners, for AIHW for the year ending 30 June 2021. And if you might go to page 88 of that document, which is at point 7433, and display that, please. This is the organisational structure for the AIHW as at 30 June 2021.
It has changed slightly since then.
Might this be displayed in a landscape view? Operator, we're not seeing it on the large screen here either. Might that be displayed in a landscape view, please, operator? Mr. James, you were previously in a position of Assistant Secretary, Indigenous Affairs Group in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
That's correct, yeah.
And you're also branch manager within the former Department of Families, Housing, Community Service and Indigenous Affairs.
That's correct too, yeah.
And you've been in you were a branch manager in the former Department of Education, Employment and Training.
That's correct, yeah.
And how long have you been in the public service?
Since 1990, January 1990.
And in 2016, you were awarded a Public Service Medal.
That's correct, yeah.
Now, Ms Gates, as shown, I think on this, Mr James displays you as the Deputy Chief Executive Officer there. And there's an important group that you, or unit that you head up there. It involves suicide and self-harm, which is in the fourth column from the right. It's a mental health and suicidal self-harm, and you have oversight or management of that unit as well. Mr James.
That's right. In my groups, I've got my own group and I oversee 4 other groups, but one of the units in my group is the Suicide and Self-Harm Monitoring Unit.
And Ms Gates, you are currently the group head of the Data Strategies and Discovery Group at AIHW.
That's correct.
And you are mentioned in that primary, maternal, veterans and first responder group.
That's correct. That's what I was looking after at that time.
At that time?
Yeah.
And are you still looking after that?
So I still look after Defence and Veterans Suicide Monitoring and Veterans First Responders Health and Welfare, but I also have a number of components around data linkage and data strategies.
And how long have you been in that role?
So I started as head of the primary maternal veterans and first responder group in July 2019.
2019.
Or 2020, one of those, 2020.
Who's familiar within your group to the earlier work that was done by AIHW for DVA?
So prior to taking the role of the head of the group, I was the head of the Veterans Health and Welfare Unit for a year. And prior to that, there was someone else looking after it.
How long have you been involved in veterans health and welfare component or unit, as it were?
Yeah, so nearly 3 years.
Nearly 3 years.
Yep.
And who else has been involved? Who was the leader of this group beforehand, before you?
So the leader of the overall group before me was Michael Frost.
Frost, F-R-O-S-T?
Yep.
Yep. Thank you. You've been working in data for many, many years.
Yep.
It might be more than 20.
It might be.
You had some experience at the Australian Bureau of Statistics.
Yep.
And you developed an early taste for statistics. You did a Bachelor of Science with first class honours, majoring in statistics.
That's correct.
And you've done a Masters in Statistics. And you're doing, currently studying a Masters in International Public Health.
Correct.
Now, Operator, might you display Table 1? This, Commissioners, is the table that I displayed in opening. Apart from 2 matters. Mr James and Ms Gates have reviewed this table and made 2 corrections to it, and they are in the bottom 2 corners. Sorry, the bottom right-hand side corners. We had initially not included in report, but it is in the report. 1,169 in column I and 104 women in column J. So that is that's checked by Ms Gates and Mr James. Just display that again, please. I'm sorry, it's present. You have in row 6 there, that's your most recent, the AIHW's most recent report, 29 September 21, and it there's two domains or dimensions, as it were, to this. One is the death by suicide domain, and the other is service within the armed forces domain. In terms of death by suicide, it only picks up death by suicide between 1 January 2001 and 31 December 2019.
That's correct.
And in terms of service, you've now been able to extend that other dimension, the service dimension, back to from 1 January 1985 through to, again, 31 December 2019.
That's correct.
And that's the cohort that's the subject of that row.
Yep.
Operator, might you display AIHW.quadruple9.0001.0001 and go to the second page. And might you display the table, please, operator? Now, this is you prepared a notice to give, a response to the notice to give,
yep.
And that's been prepared by you, Ms. Gates, and Mr. James. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were asked what are the current reported numbers of defence members and veterans' deaths by suicide?
Yep.
Now, this displays in a column there under permanent reserve, numbers of permanent reserve deaths by suicide in a particular year.
Yep. Permanent and reserve, yes.
Permanent and reserve.
Yes.
Now, what did you take as the idea of reserve here?
So that was the category that was given to us as part of the information that we got from Defence. So it included all people who were serving in the reserve. It could include people who had previously been a full-time member of the Defence Force, and it could include people who had not.
Had never been full-time members?
Correct.
Are you doing any work to distinguish between those two groups of people?
Yeah, so for our next report, we're looking into being able to understand those people who have never previously served as well as those who have.
And you will be able to retrospectively, you will be able to update this table to break this into people who are part of the permanent Defence Forces at the time of their death by suicide. You'll be able to identify whether a group that's been in the Defence Forces at some stage, the permanent Defence Force at some stage, and you'll be able to identify a group that's only ever been a reserve.
So we're still in discussion with Defence as to exactly whether we can split that for the whole time period, but that's what we're hoping to be able to do.
And what is the problem there that's delaying that?
So I think that when we have discussions about what data is available, some of the systems that record status with Defence are overwritten, and so it's not necessarily that some of the older data is available. I suspect back to 2001 it probably is, but we haven't had that final discussion yet.
We'll come to this in due course, but part of the data systems that are being maintained by Defence are being overwritten. Is that right?
So some of the things, so for example, we get the information around when a person left the Defence Force. And so if they had different ranks, for example, during that time, we get the rank at the time at which they left, which they may have held for a long period of time or a short period of time.
Now, you're doing some further work on identifying year by year from 1985 through to 2000 deaths by suicide of defence members and veterans. Is that right?
Yes, so this, as you said, this goes back for deaths from 2001 on, but the cohort we have is from people who served from 1985. So we're looking at the quality of both of the information that we get about current ex-serving members, as well as the quality of the linkage, to determine whether we can produce deaths back to 1985. We suspect that we probably won't go all the way back because of various issues in data quality.
But you'll be able to identify, you have, is it broadly right to say that you have some confidence about the reliability of the death by suicide data from, say, 1995 through to 2000?
Yeah, so I think the quality of our ability to link from 1996 is much better because we know that we have a much higher proportion of variables that we use for linking, such as date of birth.
So 1996?
Yep.
But you'll be able to identify some deaths by suicide from 1985 through to 1995, but you may not be able to identify all of them. Is that?
That's correct. So the ones that we will be able to link, we will know because we have the cause of death that they are deaths by suicide, but we won't know whether that's all of them or not.
And when do you, we've asked you to, if you wouldn't mind providing an updated table, as it were,
Yep.
And when do you think you'd be able to provide that, going back to 1985?
Yeah, so I think probably in the next week or two we could provide that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gates. Operator, might you display table 2? Commissioners, this is a document showing Australians who have served at least one day since 1 January 1985, and this is as at 31 December 2019. There's the total number. You've seen this table?
I have.
And Mr. James, you've seen the table as well?
I have.
And you believe the table to be correct?
That's correct, yep.
Total number, almost 373,500, is the number of people who have served each day, or one day, since 1 January 1985 through to 31 December 2019. Number who are alive as at that date, 31 December, 358,000, and permanent, 59,000, reserve, 38,700, and nearly 261,000 ex-serving. Now, number who have died between 1 January 2001 and 31 December 2019, about 15,500. And this is your figure from your, it's 1,273. And so we have about 8.2% of the, who have, among the people who have died by suicide.
That's correct.
Operator, might you display AIHW.quadruple9.0001.001. I'll refer to that as the AIHW response. Now Now, might you go to the next page, please, operator? Now, you refer in the second sentence, second paragraph there, to certified deaths. Just shortly, what does that mean?
So I understand the ABS was here earlier, so we use the cause of death coding as provided by the ABS as part of their annual update, and so we're using exactly the same causes of death there.
Now, might you go to the next page, please, operator? And you're asked a question about the operator. Might you display section 2 of that on that page? You're asked what is the National Suicide Register, and you explain there what you have said in the first paragraph. Now, then you've said that's the government's response. You refer to there being no progress in the first. Sorry, if you've come next to section 3, please, operator. You are going to be involved in the establishment of a National Veteran Suicide Register, and that was recommendation 3 from the Constant Battle report. And what was entailed there to, the AIHW has made no progress in establishing the National Veteran Suicide Register. Now, why is that?
So the AIHW received funding and an agreement from the Department of Veterans Affairs to establish the annual suicide monitoring, and we have not received funding to develop a National Veteran Suicide Register.
Sorry, could you just elaborate on that? I'm not sure I totally understood it. You received some funding to establish it?
So we received funding to establish annual monitoring of the rate of suicide among current and ex-serving veterans, but we haven't received any funding to produce a National Veteran Suicide Register.
And what kind of funding would you need to do that?
I think at the moment we're not completely clear what is meant by a National Veteran Suicide Register, so I guess we would need some money to understand what that is as well as to develop that. And
is that there's a kind of scoping of the thing to start with, which is what, $20,000 or something, or?
I don't think I could make a guess on the spot. Yeah.
Now, what's the explanation that's been given to you as to why there's been no progress?
So I don't think it's come up that we've had a discussion around that. We've just been talking about the production of the annual report.
Now, it's just not been discussed between you and anyone?
No.
Yeah, are there any communications about it?
I think it might have come up when, through the Interim National Commissioner, that it had been recommended as part of the report, but that wasn't taken any further than that.
When the Interim National Commissioner's report was handed down, was it explored then?
So I think there's a recommendation, but I haven't got it in front of me that she had recommended the compilation of such a register.
Did anyone from DVA or Defence approach AIHW about developing that?
No.
Reinitiating?
Sorry, Mr. Connor, if I may just interject very quickly, perhaps for my benefit and everyone else's benefit. What is the distinction between the annual report and the register. What is the difference? It seems if you're publishing an annual report, it's essentially a register, or I've probably got that wrong.
Yeah, so as I say, I can't speculate as to what the intention was from the recommendation 3, and I think that's why the government's response was to produce annual reports, which we have been doing. Mr. James might want to talk to that for the population generally. There are suicide registers which report in closer to real time, which potentially is something that might have been anticipated, but we've had no conversations around that.
So that goes to the issue of exactly what you mean by a register. Does a register mean something that provides close to real-time data, or is a register something that provides all of the details around veteran suicide in one place? They're not exactly the same thing. If the idea was to have the very timely data, then there are options for working with the existing suicide registers in each state and territory. And we provided some responses along those lines in our broader response. But it really goes to what exactly what exactly is meant by that. Certainly part of that function is met, as you indicated, by us producing reports every year, but you could go beyond that potentially. It really depends what question you're trying to answer and what information would be in such a register.
Thank you.
If it was an information akin to what's in the suicide registers in the various states, including the interim suicide register, it would be substantially more extensive than what appears in your published reports.
That's right. Well, the register itself could be. I mean, our published reports do draw on, as Ms Gates mentioned, ABS and other data, which is also much more extensive than what we might publish.
Yes.
But that's right, the actual registers contain a lot of information. Yeah.
And then enable analysis on the basis of that information.
That's right, as does the cause of death data we have as well. Part of it, and you can link it with other data as well. So yeah, so part of the issue here is what question you're trying to answer, because you could do a lot of analysis with data linkage, linking data on deaths by suicide among veterans with other data in terms of like service use. We did a study on our general suicide work using the ABS's MADAP linked data sets. And what we tried to do there was identify independent risk factors and what are the relative strengths of different risk factors in contributing to the likelihood of people dying by suicide. That's the sort of work you could do as well.
I understand from the ABS witnesses that you engaged them, that is AIHW engaged ABS engaged AIHW, AIHW engaged ABS to carry out an analysis.
That's right. That's around the psychosocial risk factors around people who die by suicide, and the ABS have used the information in the NCIS to look at the various psychosocial risk factors, one of the biggest being a personal history of self-harm is one of the single most common risk factors. So that is part of our suicide and self-harm monitoring system, that ABS coding, and that coding now flows through to what we call our national mortality database. So we have that data with a whole lot of other data so we can analyse that.
Now, has there been a report published about what ABS...
Yes, in fact, on our suicide and self-harm monitoring website, we have an analysis of the psychosocial risk factors, and you can cut the data by age and sex. And what's interesting there is when you look at those risk factors, they do vary by age and sex. So that, as an example, for people aged 65 and above, the biggest single psychosocial risk factor is sort of living with disability, whereas for other age groups, it tends to be the personal history of self-harm. Relationship breakdown, loss of employment are also prominent risk factors.
Is that report within the list of tendered...
No, it's on our public website though.
So we can locate that
Absolutely.
readily?
Yes.
And there's a database underpinning that?
That's right, yes. Yep.
And that's a database constructed by ABS or...?
largely what we have something called our National Mortality Database, and it is effectively the same data that the ABS has, yes. In fact, it is the same data, I shouldn't say effectively.
Right. Now, I understand from that you may be engaging ABS to do further work in this area.
That's right.
And what is that?
I can talk more generally on the work. Our broader work on suicide and self-harm, that is the broad project, that's based on a funding agreement with the Department of Health, which ends in 30 June this year. But our intention is to continue the psychosocial coding with the ABS beyond the 30 June this year. And there was funding announced for our work in last year's Commonwealth budget. That is for the broader work we do on suicide and self-harm.
Are you doing, the earlier work was connected with defence and veterans?
No, there's two projects. So we've got a very broad project around suicide and self-harm monitoring. And in Louisa's area, she's got specific projects around veterans.
Now, as part of Ms Gates's veterans, did you engage Veterans and Defence Personnel unit? Did you get ABS to do work on that, or is it a subset of the other work?
So we specifically asked ABS to provide the psychosocial risk factors for our population from 1 January 2001 through to 2019.
And that's also available on the website?
Yeah, so that was part of the independent review, so it's included in the report that was provided to the Interim National Commissioner.
Thank you. Now, and is there further work that you're doing so far as veterans and defence members are concerned? And might it go back before 1 January 2001?
So yeah, we've commissioned the ABS to provide it for the table we were looking at before for the 1273 suicides for people who had served since 1 January 1985.
So the additional 800 or so people. Now, when do you expect that to be available?
We're expecting that available about in the middle of this year, I think.
Is there anything that's holding that up at all?
No.
How long did the last one take to do? Is it
once we'd supplied the identifiers so that they knew which ones to code, I can't remember, but it was a fairly short period of time. 3 or 4 weeks or something. Yeah.
Now, might we come to the next paragraph of this document? Commissioners, you'll see this question here asks about data provided by Defence. And might you come, this is Defence to Department of Defence to AIHW. Now, you respond then and identify in 10 rows, I think, data provided by Defence. And if I just might refer to them by your row 1 and row 2 and so on. Row 1 is Defence data from HR personnel. The 1 and 2 are from personnel. 3 through to 10 are from Joint Health Command. Coming back to row 1, that's the PM Keys personnel data. And would you quickly explain this one?
So the PM Keys records all people who have served, well, actually, I think it includes people who have served as well as civilians who are employed by Defence, but we only get those people who have served since 1st of January 2001. As it says here, it contains a range of other information, as I said before, as at the date of leaving, things like rank, age and so forth. And yeah, for some if the person has died, it might have death information. For the purposes of us being able to link it to other information, we separately get information on the identifiable information so that we can link.
Now, from 1985 to 2000, the data is more disparate, and it's been synthesised by the Department of Defence.
Yep.
Now, and you're using that?
That's right. So the Department of Defence collated the various data sources that they had for people who had served since the 1st of January 1985, and we have used that to expand our population.
Now, many Vietnam veterans, Korean veterans would not be on the payroll of Defence as at 1 January 1985. What's happening in regard to those people?
So if people were still serving in 1 January 1985, they would be included in here, but obviously there will be a large number that aren't. So the estimate that we were looking at before, which was around 373,000 people who had served since 1 January 1985, based on estimates from the Department of Veterans Affairs, we think that's around half the current alive people who have served. We don't have information about the ones prior to that.
So about half of the people, your 2019 report, sorry, the report concerning 2019 covers you estimate half the population of Defence members and veterans.
That's right.
In Australia.
Yeah, roughly. I mean, because we haven't got the older ones, we don't know how many have died. So we don't know in terms of the number that have died, whether it's half or not, but in terms of the alive population.
Now, have DVA, Department of Veterans Affairs, have funded your work? Is that right?
Yeah, that's right, they have.
And the funding has changed. In what way has the funding changed?
So we have been funded over a period of time around, for various specific projects, or more generally just to look at the health and welfare of veterans. Over the last 3 or 4 years, it's been around $2 million, and at the moment for the next year, it's about half that.
Any explanation for that?
So the Department of Veterans Affairs is always very keen to sort of better understand the health and welfare of veterans and thinking about how they might be able to do that. The way the money has been obtained in previous years is still possible that we might receive further funding this year, but the money that's been allocated through last year's federal budget is around $1.2 million.
Now, have you had any communications with the Department of Veterans Affairs about the funding?
We have, yes.
Is there any inkling that you may get further funding?
There is. We're under discussions at the moment.
Now, will this the current level of funding impair what you're presently doing so far as the extending this beyond 31 December 2019 to pick up the 2020 people, the 2021 people?
So the funding that we receive will cover the annual suicide monitoring. We have other pieces of work that we do as part of the funding, and because the amount is lower, then we will be able to do less other projects.
So how much a year do you need to do the annual suicide report?
So the amount that we've estimated for the base update of the report with other things such as the psychosocial coding, or in this case we're extending the psychosocial coding back to 1985, which is extra, around 400,000.
So now, have there been any discussions with DVA about you doing something for the more than half, or about half the people who didn't serve after 1 January 1985?
Yeah, so each year after we have produced our results, we discuss with DBA the sorts of things that either have come up through our engagement with veterans or other people as to what things they would like to include in the new report. That the veterans prior to 1985 always comes up as something that people would like to look into. Yeah.
And what kind of things are you getting? Statements from ex-service organisations, or is that what you're getting?
Yes, ex-service I mean, even within DBA as well, of course, they would be interested in knowing more about the entire picture. Yeah.
And what kind of funding do you think you would need to deal with that as a broad guess?
Yeah, so I don't think I would be able to hazard a guess as to how much that would be, but I think it's important to note that it wouldn't just be funding that would be required. I don't have a complete knowledge, and the Department of Defence would be better able to talk to this, but I believe that a number of the payroll systems prior to 1985 are paper-based, and so being able to collate those and indeed even be able to link that to the death register, because the address information would be old, would be quite difficult.
You don't know of any list around the place of people who have served in the Australian Defence Forces?
So, as I understand it, there's no complete list. There may be lists from particular conflicts, as you mentioned before, such as Vietnam or Korea, but that would be an indication of people who had served at those conflicts and would not represent all people who'd served in that time.
But it will pick up some?
Correct.
Or perhaps many?
It could, yes.
Now, do you know where those lists are at all?
So we at the AIHW hold some, but not all.
Now, and this is some, how do you hold those, and where did you get them from?
So how do we hold them? So we hold them securely in our secure environment, yes, because obviously it contains identifiable information. We hold them as data custodian on behalf of the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Now, you've mentioned many times the Department of Veterans Affairs. Is the Department of Defence providing you with any funding to look at defence and veteran suicide?
Not at this stage.
Never, that you know
No.
of? Do you know why that is?
No.
Have you ever explored that at all with the Department of Defence?
We have discussed it on some occasions, and the department has indicated that potentially they would be willing to think about that.
Sorry, potentially they would be willing to?
To think about the option.
When can you recall broadly when those communications might have been?
No.
In the last year?
I suspect a couple of times each year over the last few years.
You raise, AIHW raises it?
Oh, sometimes they raise it as well.
So I might just very quickly, if I may, just explain something about the AIHW's funding. Our funding in the last financial year, you mentioned our annual report, our expenditures in the order of 96 million a year. About 33 million of that is from our appropriation. The rest is fee for service work. And our appropriation is we're already required to do a lot of things under our appropriation, such as national health reporting on housing and homelessness. I won't go through the full list. So we do have very limited ability to go beyond our appropriation is in effect spoken for.
I might just add one more piece of information about defence. So we haven't had this funding confirmed, but there has been an indication that we will receive some funding to support some of the work for the Royal Commission.
You received some funding to support some of the work?
We haven't got anything official in writing at this stage.
When did you get that communication? Recently?
I think the original communication was last year, but we still haven't got it in writing.
This was an oral communication, was it?
Yeah, from the Department of Veterans Affairs on behalf of the Department of Defence.
on behalf of the Department of Defence.
Yeah.
Who did you have that communication with?
At the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Yes.
With the Executive Director of the Strategic Policy Unit.
Now, for the record, Commissioners, in the annual report at page 39, which is at stu.quadruple0.0002.7342, and then at 0.7384 is an account of the appropriation revenue and then the revenue from project work for external agencies. And Mr. James, your point is it depends critically on the funding that you get from departments.
That's right. I think that table, page 39, I think it is of our annual report. I haven't got it in front of me, but I think it says our appropriations in the order of 33 million. Our overall revenues in the order of 96 million. So about 2/3 of our revenue is actually work on particular topics where we're funded by other Commonwealth departments, sometimes state and territories as well, but most of our revenue comes from, in effect, work on particular topics that we're funded to do. Yeah.
Might we return to the AIHW.9.001.001 and come quickly through the data. Now, and if you could go to page 4, please. Now, are you familiar with the software system under which PM Keys operates?
No.
Now, could we go to row 3, which is at the bottom there, Defence Suicide Database? What is that?
So that's, as it says, a database hosted by the Department of Defence that started in 2000, where they have collated numbers that they're aware of for suspected and confirmed suicides as identified through the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force.
Now, can you broadly recall, does this correspond with your...
So each year there's some that aren't in their database that are in ours, a fairly large number, and occasionally there's one or two that is in the Defence Suicide database that we have not identified through the National Death Index.
Mostly going the other way.
Yep.
So
this is for people while they're serving.
While they're serving.
Yep.
Yes. Now, who's operating this? Do you know?
It's within Joint Health Command.
Within Joint Health Command. What's the purpose of it? Do you know?
I couldn't say.
Now, you get some data from DVA, and it's response to question 5, which is on page 7 of this same document, 7 and 8. And there's 2 rows of data there. One is DVA client data from the cards database, and that goes back to from 85 to July 2020. Now, what's happening concerning material prior to that?
So I definitely am not an expert on this particular data, but I think it's similar to the Department of Defence that the record-keeping practices are more automated and electronic from that time on, and much more manual and paper-based prior to that time.
And is anything being done to cover the earlier period there?
I'm not aware whether there has or there hasn't.
Now, national treatment account. This has been provided to it's the second row, provided to you for AIHW review. What are you doing with that?
So that was provided to us particularly for the independent review as part of the work for the interim National Commissioner into Defence and Veteran Suicide Prevention. So we used that to look at those people who had died by suicide, what interaction they had had with medical services provided by the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Now, there's other data which is addressed in on the next page, that's page 9, through to page 12. And the MADIP data in row 1 on page 9, multi-agency data integration. Could you just explain shortly what that is?
So that's an integration project hosted by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, which contains, well, some of the data sets are listed there, but it contains a very large number of, I guess, person-based administrative data sets linked together, including the censuses from 2011 and 2016, a range of education data sets, social security payments, health, and a whole range of others.
And we have actually, and for our general work on suicide, we've got a modelling project that's on our website where we've used the MADIP data to identify the independent effect of different risk factors.
Is that been done also independently for veterans and defence personnel?
So we have linked the information for those people who have served since 1 January 2001 into the MADIP, and we have just done that reasonably recently, and so have started to look at a few things, but not as extensive as the work done that Mr. James describes.
But the work we've done more generally, though, provides a potential template, and we could incorporate veterans' information in our broader modelling, and specific modelling could be done for veterans as well. Some of what you might be able to do for veterans might not be as extensive as the broader modelling because the numbers are much smaller, but there's sort of two things you could do with it. Specific modelling for veterans, but also if you have veteran status in our broader modelling, what does that show when you control for all of the other factors in the model?
Have you approached the DVA about funding that?
So we have funding to do work with the MADIP at the moment. Yep.
Where's that funding coming
from? From the Department of Veterans Affairs.
And is that enough for you to do your work on the veterans and this is not picking up defence members, is it, or not?
No, this is only ex-serving.
Ex-serving.
Yeah.
And
so, go on.
Sorry. We've got the ex-serving people since 1 January 1985 who are covered, and you've got funding to look at that, have you?
So it's probably not as clear cut as that. So as I said, we've got a certain amount of funding of which a proportion we agree with our advisory group and so on goes towards the ongoing suicide monitoring. And then we have some money after that, and the discussion is with our advisory group, Department of Veterans Affairs, Department of Defence and others as to the priority for the rest of the money. So at the moment we're doing the MADIP work. Whether that's exactly funding all of it, I guess depends on choices about other pieces of work.
Also because we've already done the modelling for the broader population, there's a lot of economies of scale therefore to include veterans. So we could do it as part of the broader project as well. So that will make it easier.
And that could be done relatively quickly, could it?
It certainly couldn't be done relatively quickly to link the 1985 population in.
But assuming that and I think you just articulated, Louise, that the veterans data was already being linked in.
From 2001.
Yeah, so yeah. It would take a little bit of time to do the modelling, but it could be done.
Yep. Now, let's call that the most recent, or phase 3, as it were, which is the most recent, the post 1 January 2001 group. That could be done relatively quickly.
Matthew would be.
I think so, yeah. I mean, I don't think it would be technically particularly difficult. What would require a bit more work is if you just added, what I was referring to is in our modelling, so we look at the independent effect of various factors. So if somebody's employed, unemployed, if they live by themselves, etc. So you could add into that model whether somebody's an ex-serving member of the Defence Forces. That would be fairly straightforward. What would take more work is if you were going to do specific modelling just for veterans.
Yes.
But the first thing I mentioned wouldn't be conceptually that difficult, no. The only thing is whenever we do this sort of modelling, we normally get it peer reviewed, so that the general matter modelling we have on our website, we had peer reviewed by ANU and the University of Melbourne. We'd want to go through a similar process.
And so how long does that take?
Oh, well, matter of, a month, I guess. It's not a year. It wouldn't take a huge amount of time.
Yeah. You're not doing current members with...
No, we haven't got approval to include current members in the matter.
And you'd require Defence's approval to do that?
We would, yeah.
Have you asked Defence to...
We have.
And they've declined to provide approval?
So I guess in working with Defence as to providing approval for use of data for any projects, we need to consider the privacy and the legislative provisions around the supply of the data. And the discussion that we had was that we would start with the ex-serving and demonstrate the benefit and then consider any other populations.
Now, but of course there's people dying by suicide amongst the members of the Defence Force.
Yep.
And you've got those in the column of your table.
Yep.
And it's, I think, numbers like 6 through to 18, a range in that column per year.
Yep.
And the matters may well be different, require a different analysis. Is that right?
That's right. I mean, I think, as Mr. James alluded to, the numbers, while obviously tragic, aren't that large in terms of being able to, do specific modelling for that category.
But there's people there.
Definitely. Yep.
Commissioners, I note the time.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. If it's convenient, then we'll adjourn and resume at 2 o'clock. Oh, sorry. 1:50.
All rise. The Royal Commission will adjourn until 1:50. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session.
Thank you, Mr. Connor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Might be returned to the subject of the work you are doing for DVA. And we have, if we look at three groups of people, as it were, that is the people who have died by suicide after 1 January 2000. Then we have the group who've died by suicide between 1 January 1985 and to 31 December 2000. And then we have the group prior to 1 January 1985. And just let's ascertain absolutely clearly in those three groups what you've been engaged to do and what funding you need to take things further. Now, there is, you're looking at numbers, and you've done numbers for the phase 3 group, as it were. That is the post one who died between 1 January 2001. You've got those numbers organised.
That's what you're calling the phase 3?
Yeah, I'll call that phase 3, as it were. My apologies.
Sorry,
Sorry.
didn't have a microphone on.
So, Mr. Connor, could I just come in there? Because there is a subgroup within that
Yes.
group, isn't there? Because there's the deaths by suicide between 2001 and 2019.
Yes.
There is the first group of those who have served from 2001 to 2019, and then there was the group that served from 1985 to 2019. And then potentially there's those and then I think the pre-85.
Yes. So to keep those two dimensions in mind, I'm sorry, I think
Yep.
I didn't do that very clearly.
Okay.
So there's looking at perhaps periods of dying by suicide, as it were.
Yep.
And as Commissioner Brown has mentioned, we've got the third period of time, if we call it that, that's 1 January 2001 through to 31 December 2019.
In terms of dying.
In terms of dying
Yep.
by suicide. And so far, you've been able to look at the population. The first group you looked at was those who had served 1 day after 1 January 2001.
Yep.
And then you've gone back to the to pick up the 1 January 1985 group. And you'll and then you haven't yet been able to look at anyone who served prior to 1 January, only served prior to 1 January 1985 and who died in that third period.
We haven't been able to look at anyone who only served prior to 1 January 1985 by
anyone, but
Yep.
you haven't. Now, we could explore each of those, what would take to look at that group, and there's taking that, if we say 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, as it were, for those three groups. Now, the people who you could easily or readily identify who has died by suicide from the first population. That is the people who had not served after 1 January 1985 by getting hold of some list of service, even if that might be incomplete. and then matching that list against the data that in the way you've done it previously for other groups. Is that? And so if Defence was able to identify who served, or the DVA was able to identify, or came from some third source, you'd be able to undertake a matching process there to work out, well, who served prior to 1 January 1985, and who died by suicide in that third period.
Yep.
You'd be able to, yes, if you had that, if you got that primary information, the list, you'd be able to do it.
Yeah, so I think the processes would be to, as we said before, understand what data sources there are to get that list, as you're describing, for those who have only served prior to 1 January 1985, where they are, understand what the quality of them is, seek appropriate approvals for that, check that the quality is sufficient to be able to link to death records for a period of time, and then perform the actual linkage.
And you could have discussions with the Department of Defence and perhaps also with the Department of Veterans Affairs about how you might be able to do that.
We could.
Now, we'll just stick to the numbers element at the moment rather than the protective factors and risk factors area at all. Now, and the coronial information, that is death by suicide information, is quite good for the period from 1 January 2001 onwards.
Yep.
So that population could be readily covered if we're able to pick up those lists that I was speaking about.
That's correct. The difficulty potentially would be for those who last served quite some time ago, and our ability to match them by old addresses and things like that.
Yeah, but if we had dates of birth, names and dates of birth, we'd at least be able to identify who might have.
Correct.
We may not get the final ultimate numbers, but we'd be able to find how many of those people.
We would certainly be able to identify some.
Some.
Whether that would be all, I suspect not.
Yeah. Now, moving then to the period of the deaths between 1 January 1985 and deaths by suicide between 1 January 1985 and 31 December 2020, that looking at that, you're presently calculating those numbers.
That's correct.
And you're not far away from being able to produce those numbers within a week or so. That's the numbers of Defence members, both permanent and reserve, and veterans who have died by suicide in that period of time, provided they have served a day after 1 January 1985.
Yes, so just to clarify, I'm not sure that I heard that correctly, but within a few weeks we can do that up until the end of 2019 and the deaths back, but we can't quickly do it for up until the end of 2020.
Sorry, you can identify, I understand that.
Yeah.
Now, so that can be done relatively quickly. Yes, my apologies for getting that wrong. When we come to look at that second period of deaths, as it were, by suicide, that is the 1 January 85 through to 31 December 2020, there's a problem with the death by suicide information. Is that right?
So the problem that we have is that the quality of our linkage for, I think we might have mentioned before, prior to 1996 is not 100%. The linkage rate that we have for the deaths from 2001 is pretty close. It's 99 point something %. We think our linkage rate back to 1985 is quite a bit lower than that, which we're just establishing and determining what that is.
And that's going to be able to pick up deaths by suicide in that second period, the 85 to 2000 period, and in the third period.
That's right. But it's the first period that's the problem.
Yeah, pre-85.
1985 to 1996.
Yes, the reliability of that linkage is more difficult in the first segment of that second period.
Correct.
But we will get some numbers from that, and it will emerge in a few weeks.
Yeah.
And that will cover that they've died by suicide since 1 January 1985 through to 31 December 2019.
Correct. Yep.
And then we come to the problem of the people who served only one, or prior to, did not serve after 1 January 1985, and that group. And if we could get the list, we could readily match it with the third period of coronial data, that is the post 1 January 2021 data.
Post January 2001?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you could also do that to some extent for deaths after 1 January 1985.
Yeah.
There is some quality death by suicide information, is there, for that period of time?
Yeah, so I think the same issues apply that I said for the other population.
Yes.
The additional issue that might apply for, I think, what we're calling the first population,
Yes.
the one that's before 1985,
Yes.
which is that, well, one, we obviously don't have a list. We don't know what the quality of the identifiable information and our ability to link.
Yes.
It's likely to be older. So I suspect it will be of lower quality than what we're saying for that 1985 to 1996. I wouldn't want to hazard a guess as to how good, but I suspect it would be lower.
And you could have discussions with Defence and DVA about how to achieve that could be best achieved, even with those limitations.
We could.
Now we come back to the period of deaths by suicide prior to 1 January 1985.
So hang on. So this is the deaths that have occurred before 1985.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we wanted to kind of grade the level of quality, that group is probably the worst.
And that will depend on two factors. There'll be the quality of the death by suicide information and the quality of the defence member veteran information.
So I think the overall, like in terms of if you're not thinking about veterans, quality of whether someone died by suicide at that time is okay. In terms of we can produce numbers of deaths by suicide back quite a long way.
Right.
The difficulty will really be in identifying which of those are veterans.
And how far can you go? Because you can go back deaths by suicide, I think, to 1907.
That's correct, yeah.
It's sorry, the data's not linkable all the way back to 1907. We don't have all of the information to go that far back, but...
Yep. But how far is it? Can you go back in a linked way?
Well, so all we've done, I guess this is the linkage that we've done at the moment as far back, and I think generally we don't go beyond 1996 in terms of the deaths, as opposed to the population. So...
But just in terms of Mr. James, have you got any idea when we're looking at the coronial or the death by suicide information and whether that's in a form that's capable of being linked? Have you any idea when that is able to be linked?
I think from my memory, but I'd have to check. I think sometime in the 1970s, I think.
Right.
But that's I say linkable. Whether we actually could is another question. I do know that the AIHW has been linking mortality data with cancer incidence data to estimate cancer survival rates since around 1990, so we definitely can do that. I'll have to provide further information.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. Now that's an overview of what we call the numbers issue. Then we come to examine consider the associated causes area, and this is you engage the Australian Bureau of Statistics to assist you in that process in identifying associated causes of deaths by suicide. Is that right?
So what we get the ABS to do is look at the information that's included in the National Coronial System to see whether there's any factors there that are listed that they might classify into causes or associated.
And that is things like if someone has a mood disorder, for example.
It can include that. It can include things like loss of job, marital breakdown, those sort of things. Now,
you engage the Australian Bureau of Statistics to do that associated cause analysis, as it were. I think you certainly did it in the 2019 year. Deaths by suicide in the
we did it for the report for the Interim National Commissioner, which was up to 2019.
So you went
2018 actually.
2018, yes. 31 December 2018. So you went from 2001 through to end of 2018.
That's right.
So the 460
65.
deaths of 65 is it deaths by suicide. Now, and have you done it? You're going to, so that's done.
Yep.
Now, then you the 1273 which you picked up the earlier group, and that's being undertaken by ABS.
I'm not sure whether they've started or not, but we've had discussions about it being done this year.
But done this year.
Yep.
And that could be accelerated, I imagine, if there was sufficient funding and priority.
I wouldn't want to speak for the ABS's, but yeah, workload.
Now, so then what can be done going further back in this looking for associated cause, or is that very difficult?
So I'm not familiar if we were to look at deaths prior to 2001, how much information is available in the National Coronial Information System for them to do that. Yeah.
So I should have asked questions about that of the ABS people.
Yeah.
Now, let's, Commissioners, if you have any further questions on that topic generally. Operator, may I ask you to display the response documents, which is AIHW.999.001.001.
I might just add, we know that we've got linkable data on mortality back to 1980, but I'll provide further information, as I said, but 1980, I think we could, in theory, go back.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. So we can find out, if we have the defence list, we can find out death by suicide. Now, Operator, might you go to page 12 of that document, and then quickly to page 13. If you just this describes the data flow, as it were, and the process. Now, 1 and 2 concern the supply of information, defence transferring information. Now, I've noticed that there's some months of delay, including like 7 months in places of delay in provision of information from Defence to you. Now, you make a request at a point in time, and then it might be a period of fairly substantial, it seems, in the context, period of time before. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
So I think there's two elements to that. So one is the approval process that we go through to ensure that the data custodian is releasing, aware that they're releasing the data, what it's being released for. And
just to inquire there, this process would have been occurring over quite a number, 4 or 5 years, this process.
Yep.
And one would imagine that there'd be a standard or pro forma way of dealing with things would have emerged, and the process would have become quicker over time. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
So I think there's two main categories of types of data that we request from the Department of Defence. So the main one, as that we looked at before, is the defence personnel data, and that's what we use to link into the National Death Index to identify deaths by suicide. That is the main one that we have had on multiple occasions over a number of years. The second one is the Defence Health information, which was requested as part of the interim National Commissioner report. So that's only been requested once, so I'll come to that. So in terms of the information about the personnel data that has been requested on several occasions, the process has changed somewhat. So when we first requested it, we still obviously sought approval from the Department of Defence to pass that on, and went through appropriate ethics approvals and assessments against the 5 safes in terms of secure storage and transfer of information. But when we first did it, it went through that process and was just covered essentially by our Memorandum of Understanding working together. In 2019, when we were doing the work for the Interim National Commissioner and we were requesting both the personnel data and the health data, as well, of course, that generally, in terms of all data custodians, not just Defence and DVA, there's a lot more need to make sure that our processes are transparent and understood. So there was thought that there needs to be a bit more rigour around how those approvals were provided. And so we worked with Defence to create documents for them to be clear as to what they were signing off on. And there was some time in deciding exactly what needed to go into those documents and how we would do that.
Operator, might you display page 25 of this document? And the bottom of that page. Sorry. Now, this is a request for data, 19 June 2020, approval date a couple of months later, and then a delivery date a month or so later. Then we have the next row. This is the health data, a request in August, approval in January of 2021, and then delivery January and February. So kind of a 7-month period between. I imagine that for future information, getting this information will proceed much more quickly. Is that your understanding? So
each time a new purpose is requested for the information, the process has to be gone through again in terms of seeking approval. So this one was very specifically for the Interim National Commissioner's report, and to receive approval for that for another purpose, for example, general information on the health of ex-serving members, has to go through another approval.
But it's a slower process, is it, in those terms?
It's a slow process in that we do have to go through seeking approval from the Department of Defence, or in this case, for that information.
Did you get proper cooperation from the Department of Defence, do you think?
So the Department of Defence is definitely very willing and keen to assist, but making sure that they're abiding by the legislation. And so there's a lot of discussion in terms of what that looks like and how the transfer might happen.
Now, I think you mentioned obtaining material data from Defence to do a linkage for this Royal Commission itself. Did you?
I think I mentioned the Interim National Commissioner.
Oh, this is the Interim National Commissioner. Yep. You haven't made any request in that regard for this Royal Commission?
Well, we haven't been requested to do any particular.
Yeah. Now, could I, operator, might you go to page 13 of this document? And might you expand items 5 and 6? Now, the statistical linkage key, SLK, for identified suicides were sent by AIHW to Defence and DVA, enabling them to better support the project with further investigation. Did you hear anything from Defence about what they did by way of further investigation of these suicides?
No.
Did you hear anything from DVA about what they did?
No.
Did you expect them to further investigate this?
We anticipated that the Interim National Commissioner had some specific things that she was keen to find out, and this would be how they could do it.
Now, operator, might we come to question 10, which is on page 16 of this document? This concerns quality of information. Might you display the first row, please, operator? Now, item C in the reference to metadata and discussions with relevant Defence staff. What's that all about?
So we receive a number of variables on PM keys, so things like rank, reason for separation, operational experience, deployment, and not all of the categories in some of those variables, we were clear that we understood what those meant, so we would usually discuss with Defence to make sure that in terms of interpreting anything to do with that we'd understood those correctly.
Was material in PM keys held back from you, from AIHW?
So I don't think I could say that anything was held back, but certainly in subsequent releases of PM keys, we have discovered that there is more information that we can investigate. And we have been looking at the quality of that information to see whether it is useful for this purpose.
That wasn't provided to you initially and you've discovered it, is that what you're saying?
Yes, so either as part of the Interim National Commissioner or in terms of general feedback, we sometimes asked, can you also look at particular things? And so then we go back to Defence and say, is this something that you have in your PM Keys data set or somewhere such that we could link that and understand suicides by that characteristic?
And are you getting somewhere with Defence on that?
So we have received, I can't remember which particular ones that we have received additional information, but I know we have received some and some others are still under discussion.
Now, we might come initially to row 5, which is on page 18. And this is the top row on page 18. It's data from the Joint Health Command and it's work health and safety data. And could I take you to paragraph A, and you refer there to workplace bullying. Do you want to, what are you saying here about this?
So, as is the case, I guess, with most data sets like this includes issues that have been reported. And it may be that for whatever reason people might not report some instances of bullying, and so obviously this data set would not include those.
Sorry, I just didn't hear you.
Sorry.
The last piece, yep.
Yeah, this data set doesn't include instances that haven't been reported.
So you're...
Sorry?
That's almost axiomatic, isn't it? You can't include something if it hasn't been reported.
Yeah. So you're thinking there's an understatement, as it were, of the instances of bullying.
So the reason for that is that when you look at the Ombudsman data that has broad totals, that it gives a higher level.
Now, what's the significance in B of root cause type name?
I would have to confess my ignorance.
Right. Now, might we go back to the previous page, operator, page 17, and to the Defence Suicide Database? Could you tell us what you know about this? You've looked at it in a little detail.
So I don't know the exact processes used by the Department of Defence, except that it does record those who are either suspected or confirmed cases of suicide while serving.
Just to turn to when is your next report annual update coming out?
We anticipate it will come out in September.
Now that'll be an update picking up 2020.
That's correct.
You would know now, wouldn't you, how many numbers we're talking about for 2020?
We don't know yet, no.
But you have some numbers in mind, don't you?
So we haven't received the data and haven't done the linkage up to 2020 yet, so we don't have any idea.
So why haven't you got the data to do the linkage?
We haven't got the data to do the linkage because we haven't, one, received final approvals and then therefore haven't received the data either.
And when did you request the data?
We requested the data in November last year.
Why don't you have an ongoing standing request for the data that's provided as soon as the year ends?
Yeah, that's definitely something that we're working towards, but we don't have that at the moment.
What's preventing you from doing that?
So at the moment, the way the approvals work is that they're given for an individual year and not for multiple years.
So this DVA is just approving it in tranches, as it were, year by year.
So that approval comes from Defence.
Defence.
Yeah.
But Defence could provide, if it so wished, a standing approval for you to do this.
They could.
And that could follow each year in an ongoing way.
Yep, that would be more streamlined.
And it would improve the timeliness, as it were, of you being able to provide your report.
That's correct.
So we're now looking at you still don't have the data to work out defence deaths by suicide in 2020.
No.
If you'd requested that data, if you had a standing request, it could have been provided in January of 2021, couldn't it?
Object to that question. I'm not sure this witness can answer that on behalf of Defence.
I withdraw the question. Did you know anything about what the supply of information from Defence? Has anything been revealed to you by Defence about what delays the provision of information?
Object to that. That's two questions.
I withdraw the question again. Thank you, Mr. Ford. We'll come to this in a different way. Now, from your perspective, so far as you know, from your experience in AIHW over a number of years, you don't presently know of any impediment to having a standing order from your perspective?
Not from my perspective.
We obviously can't talk for Defence, so I don't understand from their perspective why they can or cannot do that.
Yes, of course. Now, have you had any discussions? You've had some discussions with Defence about finding a more timely way for the provision of data to you?
Yes, so we're working on a sort of a general framework for ensuring that people are confident of the security and so forth around the data so that they can feel confident in improving the release to us.
And this, from your perspective, has been established by the past regime of practice over a number of years.
So I think that the process that we use to keep things safe has stayed the same. I think that the process whereby a data custodian, in this case the Department of Defence, seeks approval for appropriate projects within their organisation is something that they are working through, and that is not unique in terms of other data custodians that we might deal with from other Commonwealth or state government agencies in terms of understanding that they're fully meeting the requirements of their legislation.
And I think it'd be safe to say, when it comes to data linkage, What we'd like to move towards is a situation where we're doing enduring data linkage, not
sorry?
enduring data linkage.
Yes.
So that it's sort of a continuous process rather than a one-off each time.
And could you just estimate how much that would speed up the process to have an enduring and standing process? That is the provision of your annual report.
So if we were to receive, for example, the defence data in January each year, that would probably save a couple of months in terms of progressing through the approvals.
Progressing through the approvals.
Yep.
And when could you have the report, the annual report issued? If you're properly funded to do that.
So I think, yeah, there's the process that's required for the annual report, which is not just funding in terms of seeking appropriate reviews and so forth. I think we have estimated in the past that we could potentially do it in May or June.
May or June of 2021 for the year ending 2020, if the hypothetical had occurred.
No, so this is 2022 would be for the end of 2020.
Why does it take so long? What is the passage of time whereby we're now looking at?
Part of that is that the ABS released the data for 2020 in around September 2021.
Right.
So part of it is that process.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you say release, they release that publicly in a report as opposed to the data set that comes to us.
And then the data set itself comes to us usually a few months later. It's complicated, but the way it works is the ABS, under their interpretation of their legislation, can't give us the data direct. It has to go back to the registrars, and there's a coordinating registrar, which I think is in Queensland. There's a process that's gone through there, and then we get all of the data, and that takes a month or two, or a few months. And I think that time, this year, I think it was, the last time it was quicker than normal.
So this is the registrar of the coroner's court or something?
The coordinating registrar.
Yeah, and it's not just coronial data, because when we have our what we call our national mortality database, that's got all causes of death.
So who's the registrar there? Which body is the registrar with?
I'd have to check that. I think it's probably the Register of Births, Deaths and Marriages in Queensland, but I'd have to get the exact title. But they act as a coordinating registry. So what they do is they get the approval from all the individual states and territories to say, is it okay to now provide that data to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare? Because the ABS feel that they can't provide the data immediately just direct to the AIHW.
Right.
It's to do with their interpretation of return to source, effectively. They can return the data to the source, which is the states and territories, who then coordinate it and then give it to us.
Right.
But ultimately, as Ms. Gates said, that the ABS publishes in September. That's when once they've done that,
when
process
you can
starts.
start asking.
That's exactly right. Yep.
So now, you're covered for the preparation of the current report with some funding from DVA.
Yep.
What else? What other projects? If, say, you had $4 million each year, what projects would you do in this territory to look at defence member and veteran suicide?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Could I just have an extremely brief adjournment? I will not discuss the content of the evidence with the witnesses, but I wish to raise an issue with them. It's a logistical matter.
You wish to talk with the witnesses?
Yes, but I will not just discuss the content of their evidence. I'll be literally 2 minutes. I just need to talk to them outside briefly.
Happy with that, Mr. Conner?
I have no difficulty with that.
Yes.
from Mr Fordham.
I would much appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll adjourn for 5 minutes then.
All rise. The Royal Commission will adjourn until 2:45. rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session.
Mr. James and Ms. Gates, I'll repeat the question I asked you. Now, if you had, say, 4 million provided to you by DVA and or Defence now, what projects might AIHW undertake to explore the issue of suicide, deaths by suicide by Defence members and veterans?
So I think there's a few aspects that we would look into. Some of them we have already discussed. So one of those is looking into those people who did not have any service after 1985 and better understanding those. Some other things that have been raised as part of our engagement in previous years include more information about, so when I say more information, I've been seeking this information and then analysing this information, more information about people's experience while serving and how that impacts their health outcomes, in particular their risk of dying by suicide. And the sorts of things that I'm thinking of are things that aren't readily available to us in the PM Keys data because they are things that happened over periods of time. For example, what deployments people were on and whether those deployments were with or without family, and other risk factors that people might be aware of, and specifically deployments to particular regions or events. So just kind of that sort of detail. Another thing that we mentioned briefly before is looking into some of our other administrative data sets, for example, the MADAP, to better understand, particularly for those people who have left the Defence Force, in terms of their occupation, their employment and their income, and how that might have changed since they left the Defence Force, the active serving of the Defence Force, and expanding that research for the population that we have back to 1985. There's a few other administrative data sources that we'd be keen to look at, and some of these we have to some extent, to understand things like rates of homelessness, interaction with social services in terms of pensions, more information about family members, children and partners. And another thing which is, I guess, beyond those, and whether it would fit into the 4 million depends a little bit, but what I've been talking about to date is predominantly administrative data collected for other purposes. So one thing that you might be aware is there has been information collected in some other surveys, such as the census in 2021 and other surveys, but they're predominantly surveys set up for the Australian population as a whole, where you can identify veterans in them. Some other countries in the world do run specific surveys, as does Department of Veterans Affairs to some extent, of ex-serving members to understand, what their needs and other things are that can't be addressed through looking at administrative data.
Just on the surveys conducted by DVA that you know about, what population are they able to survey? Do you know?
So I can't speak to what surveys they actually run. The population that DVA predominantly knows about are those who engage with DVA, which is not the entire ex-serving population.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, we hear about suicide attempts.
Yep.
And we hear about suicidal ideation.
Yes, I should have mentioned those. Yeah.
And those things seem to be salient to the risk of a person dying by suicide.
Yeah.
What are you able to do in that regard, and what sort of data?
Yeah. So I'll talk just first of all to the understanding in the veteran space, and then I'll pass to Mr. James to talk more generally about suicidal ideation and attempts. So in principle, it is possible to link the same information that we've linked before into our hospital information and emergency department information, which can give some information around those things. But Mr. James can talk to that.
Yeah, there's different answers depending on the data source. So as part of our general work on suicide and self-harm, we've worked with Turning Point, based at Monash University, to establish a new ambulance-based collection of data. That collection can differentiate between suicidal ideation, that is thinking about dying by suicide, suicide attempts, and self-harm that is not suicide related. It is possible to link with that data in theory. The other data sources, and we articulate this to some extent in our written response, we've got our morbidity database, which is essentially data for admitted patients in hospital. What we can tell from that data is people who are hospitalised for intentional self-harm. We cannot separate that out, though, into, at the moment, between suicide attempt and just self-harm attempt. The distinction can be very difficult, of course, to make that distinction, and sometimes, depending on what your purpose is, it may not matter. If your purpose is, for example, to provide follow-up care to people who have self-harmed, you might want to provide that follow-up care regardless of whether it was a suicide attempt, even if it was a self-harm. The other source is our emergency department collection. The only thing that we can see in our National Emergency Department collection that relates to this is mental health-related emergency department presentations, of which suicide and self-harm is only a subset. We did outline in our response too, though, that some jurisdictions are able to split out the emergency department data into ED presentations that relate to intentional self-harm. And they share some of that data with us. Victoria does, New South Wales does, and Queensland does. And soon, I think WA has started to share that data too. When they share that data, though, they don't split the data between suicide attempt versus just self-harm as a more general category. But there's some of the data that you could link with. Certainly, I'll give one example. We're doing some work on our general work on suicide, and I haven't got the acronym spelt out, so I'll just tell you the acronym and explain what the data set is. It's called the NCIS, and it's effectively a linked data asset where we've linked the hospital data, the Medicare benefit schedule data, PBS data, and the mortality data. And we're doing a project that's looking at the last year of life for people who have died by suicide. What we're trying to understand with that work is to identify what was the service use patterns among those who died by suicide. And in particular, are there some groups who are dying by suicide but not seeing services in the way that you might hope? That sort of work with the NCIS could be extended to veterans. The NCIS, though, just has general health information. It doesn't have any specific programmatic information from Defence or DVA, but it would help. So one of the things we're looking at with that work is often people talk about, emergency department presentations being a touch point for, potential death by suicide. What proportion of people who died by suicide attended ED at all in the last 12 months? Saw a doctor, etc., or an admitted patient for mental health? They're the sort of things we'll be teasing out. One of the things, though, US studies show that one of the biggest single risk factors for dying by suicide is a previous attempt of suicide. But if somebody has an unsuccessful attempt, that is, they don't die by suicide and they've had an attempt, the vast majority of those people do never die by suicide. So you've got to keep those
Yes,
things in mind. And the other thing I would say is a significant proportion, in fact, this same US study, I think it's a US study, suggests that a very high proportion, in fact, most people who die by suicide don't necessarily have a previous attempt. So even though previous attempt is the biggest single risk factor, it doesn't cover everybody. There's a flavour of some of the things we could do.
Yes. Now, have you got any idea yet from the studies that you're doing for the population generally or deaths by suicide?
I've got some information. I can't share it publicly, but we're close to being able to do that.
And when you say close, does that mean
a few
within
months?
a few months?
Yes. Yeah. What that will do is it'll tell you by age and sex, so are young men more or less likely, females, etc. One of the things that you can see, and this is on our suicide and self-harm monitoring site, when you look at things like hospitalisations for intentional self-harm, the highest numbers are actually for females aged 15 to 19. That's not the highest number for deaths by suicide. That tends to be men, middle-aged men and older men.
Yes.
And we see the same in our ambulance data actually on suicide attempts, that the highest numbers, or highest rates I should say, are in young females. So sometimes what you see in the service data or the use of other health services is partly informed at least by people's help-seeking behaviour, if you like. What's their propensity to actually seek help? I should say though that one of the reasons that explains that is on average with suicide attempts,
used.
Thank you. We just ask that the streaming be interrupted as to the discussion of methods of...
yes, Polly.
Yeah. I think you understand, Mr. James.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the things we have on our website is we have a warning.
Thank you.
You'd be very careful, yeah.
And thank you, Mr. Fordham.
Now, you're looking in that context at people who have died by suicide and examining their circumstances. But so far as suicide attempts are concerned and suicidal ideation is concerned, that data information, data sets, could be explored for those matters so far as defence members are concerned and veterans are concerned.
Yeah, through data linkage, yes.
Through a data linkage. Now, you prepared quite a number of reports earlier on other than the 6 displayed. Could I just quickly check with you whether we should be examining in detail some of your earlier reports? The first one is the one dated 30 November 1999, Morbidity of Vietnam Veterans, a study of the health of Australia's Vietnam veteran community. Should we be looking at that document closely? You familiar with that?
I'm only peripherally familiar with that there is some information, I think, around cause of, I don't know that one specifically, but I think there's a number of those ones that look at people who've served in particular conflicts, and some of them definitely do include linkages to cause of death.
There's 2 reports there. There's an executive summary that's issued on the 6th of December 1999. Might you have a look at those 2 reports and see whether there's anything that's salient in those for the Commissioners for the Royal Commission's terms of reference.
Yeah.
There's a report dated 7 August 2000. It's called Morbidity of Vietnam Veterans, Suicide in Vietnam Veterans' Children, supplementary report. I haven't seen publicly the primary report. Now this brings me to families, and intergenerational problems, and indeed the risk of suicide amongst the offspring and relatives even of people who have died by suicide, veterans and defence members. Have you done any study in that territory that you're aware of?
We have not, no.
You could readily do such a study?
So we don't have a list of those family members of people, any defence members, let alone those who died by suicide.
You don't have a list of the...
Or any way
to
identify them.
Those people?
Yep. One possible way is through the MADAP, the Multi-Agency Data Integration Project, which has the census as part of it, and you can see their other family members. That's reasonably limited in terms of we would have to look at people who were alive in 2016 and going forward. But over time, that could be something that could be looked into.
Now, there's another study that AIHW carried out, and this is dated 17 December 2002. It concerns healthcare usage and costs, a comparison of veterans and war widows and widowers with the rest of the community. Would you mind also seeing whether there's anything salient in that report to the terms of reference?
Yep.
On 1 November 2003, the AIHW issued its Mortality Study 2003, Australian Veterans of the Korean War. Now, would you mind doing the same thing for that to see whether there's anything salient concerning suicide amongst in that report? I've seen published on 1 June 2005 the third Australian Vietnam Veterans Mortality Study, but I haven't seen the first and second. Don't seem to be on the website. Would you mind exploring that?
Yep.
Can I just make an inquiry? Is my friend asking for those documents to be produced?
To inquire as to have them identified to start with, and then we'll get them produced. So we'll send a notice, but just to see whether they exist. And there are some there that we only see the public version of them, and there's one of a series of 3, for example.
Okay, as long as I know what's happening.
Thank you. You provided a document called 2022-23 Work Programme Discussion Paper. This is dated 22 November 2021, and it concerns the proposed or possible research projects that you might undertake for DVA. Now, is this a complete list of the things that you are thinking of, or a partial list of the things that you are thinking of?
It's just a partial list of things that potentially could fit into that
Yes.
that funding, yeah.
So you could provide a list of what you regarded as important, significant projects that Defence might undertake, DVA might undertake, concerning veteran and Defence members' suicide.
We could, yes.
I don't have any further questions, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Commissioner Brown?
I have just a couple of questions. I just want to clarify the funding that you have available to do the annual monitoring of Defence and Veteran suicide. Is that ongoing or is it for a set period?
At the moment, we have funding up until the middle of 2024.
And what would be the process beyond 2024?
So we would have discussions with the Department of Veterans Affairs about the extension or creation of a new memorandum of understanding and appropriate funding sources.
So how long is the current memorandum of understanding that underpins the funding that you have had over recent years?
It finishes in mid-2024.
No, I appreciate that, but when did it start?
2019.
Okay. And the first report was November, I think, 2016?
There have been several memorandums of understanding before that time. Yeah.
So there's no guarantee at the moment of funding beyond 2024, but there is a process that would support that. Was there any, and Mr. Connor's gone back looking at some of the previous reports, but there seems to be the most recent ones, 1999, 2002, 2005. I'm just wondering whether there was any approaches around the totality of, or the kind of broader numbers of Defence and Veteran suicide ahead of that, or prior to that that first report in 2016. And I'm trying to understand when DVA and or Defence may have made an approach seeking to actually ascertain the numbers and the data.
Yeah, I'd have to look back into finding when a previous approach might have been.
Okay. My other question relates to, I mean, we've talked a lot about the intricacies of the data and what's available and what's not, and what you might be able to do and how often you could do it. And of course, everybody would love more data, but it comes at a cost, as I think was made clear in the opening statement this week. And I guess I'm just, again, curious about your thoughts as to whether or not there is, whether or not we should be looking to achieve reports every year on everything that we can get, or whether we should be doing periodic reports. I mean, is there value in having the same information each year as opposed to periodic? Or, you know, do you have if you understand what I'm trying to ask?
I think it's a really good question and something that we have thought about. I think it is worthwhile, for example, doing the annual suicide monitoring every year. I think some of the other investigations, well, some of them we haven't done even the first time yet, but I suspect some things like that don't change as frequently. There might be particular interventions, for example, that you might want to look at whether they've had an impact, which doesn't necessarily mean doing immediately, because some, things take time to have impact. But I think there's probably a mix, and what would be beneficial would be to explore the range of information that we could have and then consider which of those require different frequencies of updating.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of, you did talk before about having a process whereby you engage with DVA. You've got a Veterans Advisory Group. I think you talked about some consultation. I'm curious to know how broad that consultation is in setting the priorities around the research program. Do you do a public consultation as part of that?
We haven't at this stage. So at the moment, we do discuss with Department of Veterans Affairs and the Department of Defence, and then take that to our advisory group. At the same time, particularly as a result of some of the reports that were released last year, we have engaged with a number of the ex-serving organisations. And while we haven't formally sought any input from them, we have started to engage about the sorts of things, and sometimes some topics have come up as part of engagements. Yeah.
And is there lived experience feeding into that advisory group as opposed to the broader ex-service organisational kind of input?
Yeah, so we do have people who have specific lived experience as being members of the Australian Defence Force, and we do also have people who have specific experience of suicide.
Okay. Thank you. And I guess my last one's possibly more of a comment. I mean, we've heard at some length about the particular care taken around the governance and approval processes. And I just want to say that I appreciate the need to deal with that very sensitively. I do wonder, however, whether it could be streamlined. Do you have a view about that? And I don't, as I say, I don't want to diminish the importance of being very sensitive about that.
Yeah, no, I think so. And I think, to be fair, this is an issue that we do deal with across a range of subject matters. It's not limited to here. And I think that together the organisations are looking at things that we don't have to examine more than once. You know, for example, the environment, say as in the IT environment where we store the data, that it's, you know, got the appropriate security and those sort of things. Like, those are things that we don't need to address on more than one occasion. So we're really looking at what things potentially are new that we might want to address again, and what don't we. We have done some streamlining. We seek ethics approval from the AIHW Ethics Committee and also from the Defence and DVA Human Research Ethics Committee, and we've got a good relationship between those where we can use the same documentation, which previously we had to kind of do it twice. So I think it's a bit of a journey where you make improvements.
And we, the Commonwealth, just before Christmas, announced some money for the National Disability Data Asset. The whole idea of that, we had a pilot for the National Disability Data Asset, and a key learning of that was when it comes to linking data from the Commonwealth and the states and territories in particular, that the process takes too long, is quite slow and could be more efficient. So as part of that, we're trying to work with jurisdictions to come up with a more streamlined approach to data linkage more generally, and sort of moving towards more enduring type approaches while still protecting privacy. Because when you treat each project, and this often happens with linkage as a one-off, you have to repeat all of the approvals. So the idea is more, let's get an overall approval to link these data, to answer a range of questions, and in a sense you've got that approval and you can keep going. You don't have to get a separate approval every time you want to do something. Not the full approval, at least not all of the steps, if that makes sense. So that's a challenge that goes, as Ms Gates mentioned, it goes well beyond defence and veterans.
Commissioner Douglas?
I have no questions, thank you. Thank you for your evidence too.
Thank you. I just have one question, then I think Mr Fordham and Mr Connor may just need to wrap up. But I noticed in the org chart that was shown a bit earlier, and I appreciate Mr James said it's been changed a little bit since that version was out. There is under your line of command, Ms Gates, there's an area that looks at first responders. I wondered if you can comment on that, in particular, what this commission may consider, and we have discussed, is the possibility of looking at similarities and possibly lessons learnt from the environment of first responders. I just wonder, is that something that you can comment on, about the amount of effort that's going into that space?
So yes, we did have some work program in that space exploring how we could do a similar project, essentially, around first responders, which could include ambulance, police, fire, and other first responders. I think that while we've discussed the data governance around defence and DVA, that's actually quite easy in comparison with first responders, because there are so many different agencies
in each
jurisdiction. So in theory, it would be excellent to be able to have comparative information and, of course, to support the knowledge in those groups. But in practice, it's probably at least 24 times as much as what we're currently doing in terms of governance.
Thank you. It's regrettably the same problems that we're examining here are apparent in the emergency services area. PTSD and suicidality are definitely there. But thank you. Thank you. Mr. Fordham?
Commissioner, may I just have a couple of questions? Just following Commissioner Brown's question about the forgotten the expression, but the management or the memorandum of understanding that you've got, that one's been, it was $2.4 million a year. Have I got those numbers right? And it's become $1.2 million a year.
Yeah, so it's a little bit more complex than that. There's been a number of kind of different memorandums of understanding. I don't know that any of them have been for that total amount, but the sum in a particular in previous years has been that amount.
And it's now, is it cut to 50%? Is that what's happening?
So at the moment, the funding for this financial year and the subsequent ones through to mid-2024 is 1.2 million, which isn't to say that there mightn't be other schedules or other funding sources.
Now, Mr. James, in your broader analysis of suicides generally, death by suicide generally, are you looking at families in any connection there, in any way?
The way with the MADAP modelling, we did look at, in the modelling, looking at whether or not people live by themselves and whether that has an independent effect on the risk of dying by suicide. So to that extent, yes, but not beyond that at this point.
I have seen some reference, I think it's 3 times more likely to die by suicide if your parent has died by suicide.
We haven't specifically looked at that, but we have looked at things like, Indigenous status, marital status, family household composition, things like if you're a couple with children, couple with single parent, lone parent, group households. We looked at educational attainment, labour force status, occupation, income, and the need for assistance with core activities, which is a sort of an indirect measure of disability. We are doing some more work at the moment with the ANU around looking at the impact of variation in income. So the modelling we've done today just looks at, income at a point in time. What we're looking at now is what's the independent effect of having variation of income, and looking at the effect of low income that's highly variable versus high income that's variable. So, sudden reductions in income and things like that.
You've looked at, in population generally, you've got to the point of looking at homelessness as a...
We haven't explicitly in the modelling for this project, but I am aware of other research that looks at the risk of dying by suicide and homelessness here.
Do you have any idea of numbers in that?
I'd have to provide that.
Nothing further, Commissioners.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham?
No, thank you.
Thank you. There doesn't appear any further questions, but I just wanted to thank you for the evidence today and for the time you've given us and the fact that you travelled to be here today. We appreciate that, even with problems with transport and so on. It's very much appreciated. Perhaps they can be excused from their summons to appear today.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. We're going to have a very short break and then we'll resume shortly.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All rise. The Royal Commission will adjourn until 3:25. Thank you. Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Mr. Connor? Yeah.
Commissioners, I call Ms Fiona Dowsley and Ms Ali Watson.
Miss Dowsley, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Miss Watson, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Commissioners, I'll refer to the National Coronial Information System by its acronym NCIS. Ms Dowsley, you are with the Department of Justice and Community Safety in Victoria.
That's correct.
How long have you been with the department?
About 8 years now.
You have a role within the department. What is that role?
My titles in the department are Associate Deputy Secretary of Corporate Governance and Support and Chief Statistician of the Crime Statistics Agency.
And you have been involved, or perhaps been involved and had a deep interest in numbers and statistics for a while. You worked in the Australian Bureau of Statistics from November 2003 to January 2004. Is that correct?
Correct.
You are, is it the director of NCIS?
That's correct. As part of the hosting arrangements for the NCIS is hosted in Victoria by the Department of Justice and Community Safety. I'm the executive providing support to the NCIS, so I take that title.
And how much of your week is spent on NCIS activities?
It varies, but I would say not too much, to be honest. The NCIS works very independently of the department, is very ably led by Ms Watson. I'm really there to provide that broader direction and support as required.
Thank you. When did you become the director of NCIS?
In mid-2019, there was an organisational rearrangement, and so the NCIS came under my remit.
Now, Ms Watson, you are currently the manager of NCIS?
That is correct.
And you've been in that position since January 2019?
Correct.
You've previously worked as a records officer with the Department of Human Services in Victoria?
Correct.
You worked as a corporate information officer for the city of Boroondara?
That's correct,
I don't know where that is, but I imagine it's in Victoria.
Yes, it's in Melbourne.
You're the business support officer in information management for the Department of Premier and Cabinet in Victoria.
That's correct, yes.
And it's since November 2014, you've been working at the Department of Justice and Community Safety in Victoria?
Correct, yes.
And you then moved from there to, or are you still working in that department?
We are hosted by the Victorian Department of Justice and Community Safety, so I'm an employee for administrative purposes, but I work within the NCIS unit.
Now, I understand the NCIS was established in 2000. Is that correct? And it was an initiative of the Australian Coroners Society?
Correct.
It doesn't consist, it's not an entity in itself, a legal entity. Is that right?
That's right. It's a collaboration between jurisdictions, but it's not a legal entity in its own right.
It's governed by a board of management.
Correct.
And that is comprised of persons from the coronial courts around the nation. Is that right?
The Board of Management has 5 representatives on the board. So there is a coronial representative, there is a public health representative, there is a representative of the smaller jurisdictions, a representative of the larger jurisdictions, and a representative of the host jurisdiction.
Thank you very much. So 5 people on the Board of Management.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I understand that you have 9 staff, and 3 of those are part-time. Ms. Watson, you're one of the staff.
Correct.
Ms. Dowsley, are you one of the staff or not in that?
No, I'm not included in that count.
And I think I mentioned 3 of those are part-time. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Now, operator, might you display document ID STU dot quadruple 0 dot 0002 dot 2719. This is it's table 1. It's the Australian New Zealand case closure by jurisdiction and case status. I can take you to another place, operator, STU dot quadruple 0 dot 0002 dot 6719. If you could display that, please. Sorry, I can't see it. Could you display table 1 there, please, operator? Now, the NCIS covers both Australia and New Zealand, and it speaks there of closed cases and open cases and total cases. Might you go to the next page, please, operator? And might you just display that table, please? Now, closed cases, 2,000, 8,280, and 12 remain open. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, coming down to, say, 2019, we have 17,968 closed cases and 7,092 open cases. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you'll see there the percentage of closed cases, nearly 72%, so 28% remaining open. Is that
correct.
Right? And that's
yes.
That's the NCIS operational statistics posted on the 3rd of January 2022 on your website.
Correct.
So just could you explain what's happening there?
In relation to the 2019 cases?
Yes, so in relation to the cases remaining open for a substantial period of time, we're now, of course, coming up for 2 and a bit years past, if we take 2019, we're coming up for 2020, 21, and now we're in March of 2023. Sorry, my apologies. Would you explain why cases are open?
Certainly. There are two main reasons why cases may remain open on the NCIS. First of all, the case may be still under investigation within the coronial jurisdiction. And secondly, the case may have been closed in the coroner's jurisdiction, but it has not been closed by the court on the NCIS.
Now, what cases closed by the coroners, remaining open in the coronial systems around the nation, have you got any broad idea of the 7,092 that remain open, the 28%, what are due to coroners? How many due to are in the NCIS ballpark?
For 2019, I don't have the exact figures on me, but if that would be something that the Commission would like, we can certainly get some figures for that breakdown.
Just a broad idea. It'll vary from year to year, but is it half and half or not?
I'm unable to say without having a look at the actual data itself, unfortunately.
Now, sorry, that's the Australian and New Zealand. If you display the next page, please, operator, one sees the Australian data. And we've got percentages of open cases there. Now, operator, might you display STU quadruple 0 0002 6717. Now here you, operator, might you display the map of Australia there? And these are, this is for the year 2018. And operator, might you go back to the top of the page, please? You issued these NCIS fact sheets, intentional self-harm deaths in Australia in 2018. And we said comprising 16% of all reportable deaths. That's reportable to coroners around Australia. Intentional self-harm comprising 16% of those reportable cases, is that right?
Reflecting the data in the NCIS, yes.
And there's 54 deaths per week on average, is the 2018 figure. This is released in May 2021. When are these fact sheets put out? When do we expect the 2019 fact sheet?
The 2019 fact sheets are scheduled for production and publication in the second quarter of this year. So it'll be probably May.
So they're kind of released each year around that period.
Yes, this is part of our mortality data series fact sheets, where we release a series of fact sheets based on calendar year.
Now, can I ask you to, you've call this intentional self-harm deaths. Now, does this differ in any way from dying by suicide?
The definitional language used there by the NCIS reflects the codes that come through from the court. So this is how the courts have classified according to the definitions used in the NCIS. So this is the preferred nomenclature that comes from the NCIS data.
And is it identical in each state and territory, or does it differ between states and territories?
Well, the NCIS codes are standardised, so all states and territories are coding according to the same NCIS code. So the NCIS data itself should be comparable for analysis.
Sorry, I just didn't hear the last piece. I'm sorry.
So the NCIS data should be comparable for analysis between jurisdictions in that sense.
Right. Now, it's critical, this idea of how you find intent. Do you agree with that?
Part of the coronial process, certainly. The NCIS isn't finding intent in this sense, where we're taking the codes as determined by coroners.
So you're not altering the coroner's work at all, is that right? NCIS.
The coding's done by the courts.
And you don't adjust the coding at all?
The only time there would be any adjustments is through our quality review process, if there was clearly an error made. So if the coronial finding determined that it was intentional self-harm and the coding said assault, for example.
Now, have you looked at reportable deaths in states and the proportion of them that are classified as intentional self-harm deaths?
So the analysis that we've done is based on the the calendar year, which is the fact sheets that you're seeing here. Are you asking for the whole of the NCIS?
I'm asking state by state, and whether you've looked at the number of reportable deaths in a state and the number found of that have been categorised as intentional self-harm deaths.
Yes, that's the basis of the analysis that's on the screen at the moment. So those rates that are produced there are calculated using exactly that number.
And so if we come to display the map of Australia again, so we see variations around Australia in the proportion of identical self-harm deaths to reportable deaths in the various states and territories.
No, this map is showing the rates of intentional self-harm per 100,000 population. So it's more about the level of incidence in the population.
So I was asking you a question, which was a different question then. That was, have you done an analysis of the intentional self-harm deaths as a proportion of the reportable coroner's reportable deaths in each state and territory?
Not that we've got to hand, but it is possible with, as I say, the underlying data that's used to prepare those fact sheets. So, for example, if you were to go back to the top of that fact sheet, it talks about the proportion of reportable deaths. So that would just be a similar split by state and territory. So it is possible.
Have you got that split by state and territory available to you, the 16%?
Not to hand. If that would help the Commission, we're happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. It might be, if there is a variation between states, might it have a number of different causes?
Potentially, I wouldn't want to speculate without having looked at it. So that's something I think we'd have to have a look at the underlying data.
Now, one cause, if there is a difference between states, one cause may be the way that the coronial material is dealt with in a particular state or territory versus another. Is that one logical way?
You could speculate to that. It could also reflect a genuine difference in the incidence of those events across states and territories. Yes. I'm not sure we're in a position to be able to tell you.
I just come to that as a second matter, a second possible variation is the incidence. Now, operator, might you display STU quadruple 0 0002 5754? Now, you address data sources here, and under coronial data, NCIS is relying very heavily on what the coroners have done and what emerges from the coronarial system.
That's correct. That's the bedrock of the system.
Now, the operator, might you move to page 4 of that document? Data fields. Now, and the next page, please. Now, you have an extensive document that a coding manual, and you've got a version 5, which was released in 2020. You've got a version 4 that's longer, released in 2020. What's the difference between the two?
The changes between 4 and 5 were to reflect some changes in the data fields and code sets, and they were also to reflect some changes in coding practices and the coding examples and advice that is provided to coders and users in that manual.
Now, in version 5, what are the parts of this document, and you needn't provide this answer now, that are salient to intentional self-harm and salient to the three other things: accidents, events of undetermined cause, I think.
So within the coding manual, intent is covered on page 103 through to 110.
Is that the coding manual version 5 or 4?
5.
Now, you're really not altering anything that the coroners have done. You're just simply putting information into a database system. Is that a fair statement of what NCIS does?
The data that is inputted into the NCIS is inputted by staff within the coronial jurisdictions. It is not inputted by the staff within the NCIS.
So as Ali alluded to, there's a certain quality assurance that goes on, but it's to pick up those really obvious errors that might have come through. There's no further editing that's being done by the NCIS.
Right. So your NCIS has really created a database or a set of fields that can be employed in each location.
That's right.
So
Correct.
country New South Wales, if an inquest takes place, if a person dies in, say, Goulburn, how is that done? Do you know, or?
It would be inputted by the relevant court staff member into the NCIS. Are you referring to the data? Sorry, if you could just repeat the question for me, please.
Say someone died in Goulburn, and we understand that the country coroner's court or the country local court would deal with that. So there's someone in the country local court, is there, entering this information into these fields. Is that how it works?
Within the New South Wales context, there are staff within the coronial court that are appointed as NCIS coders, whom we train in the system and provide support. And they are, from my understanding, located throughout New South Wales.
We understand that 45% or thereabouts of inquests or deaths might be dealt with by country magistrates in country towns. Are you saying that the Central Coroner's Court does all the coding? Someone at the Central Coroner's Court? Sorry,
My understanding.
At Lidcombe.
Sorry. My understanding with the New South Wales, in the New South Wales context, is that they have staff across New South Wales that are trained in NCIS coding and inputting the data into the NCIS. It does differ from state to state. That is my understanding of what happens in New South Wales.
So coders across your understanding is coders across through country New South Wales?
I don't have the exact location of all of the coding staff, but my understanding is that they are not centralised within New South Wales, that they are throughout different locations.
Now, do you, from New South Wales, do you get extensive reports as well, or accompanying the entry of the fields?
The NCIS has the option for up to 4 reports to be attached for each case. That is the police narrative, the toxicology report, the postmortem report, and the coronial finding.
And if
they're the only 4 reports that are attached.
You only allow 4 reports?
Yes, there are 4 reports, up to 4 reports per case.
Are you, if there's a medical certificate, is that permitted?
It's not a requirement on the NCIS. So the 4 reports are the ones that were agreed to when the NCIS core data set, as you can see on the screen there, was being established.
Now, do you get the toxicology reports from South Australia?
We have some known limitations with receiving some of our reports. With regards to toxicology reports from South Australia, this is a known issue that we have within the NCIS. The NCIS has had conversations and liaisons with the South Australian Court regarding this matter, and we've been advised that the matter is internal within the South Australia, and we are provided with those that we are provided with.
So is the position that in many cases you're not provided in South Australia with a forensic pathology report?
It's a known limitation that we do not have the constant flow of these reports from South Australia, yes.
The constant flow, you've changed that a touch. Have you any idea of how many cases from South Australia where you don't get the toxicology reports?
I don't have that on hand. I would refer back to the operational statistics where we do provide information about document attachments.
So you don't offhand have any idea of how many cases from South Australia you don't get toxicology reports in?
I don't have that figure in front of me, no.
Do you have any idea about it at all?
It is covered in our operational statistics, so it would be, we could have a look at that, and we can certainly provide that to the Commission.
And also the forensic pathology reports from South Australia. If you could do that as well, please. Now, what about the position in relation to Queensland and the timely providing of information? What happens there?
So with Queensland, in particular, the court provides data across to the NCIS when the case is initially received. We do not receive any further information about that case until the case is closed by the coroner.
And that could be some years later, could it?
Pending the investigation, yes.
Is that in display? Now, operator, might you display stu.quadruple0.0002.6731? Might you display table 1 at the foot of the page, please? Now, these are the 4 documents that you speak of: police autopsy, toxicology, finding. Now, in New South Wales, aren't there very few? There's very few inquests in New South Wales. What are you talking about there? Finding for New South Wales? 80. Is that a percentage? 80% or? What are you talking about there?
Suggesting that 80% of the cases closed had that particular document attached.
Could that just be simply a dispensation, given there's only 120 inquests a year or so in New South Wales?
We don't currently receive the letter of dispensation, so that is something that is currently being investigated for improvements for receiving reports from New South Wales in an automated manner.
Now, one sees in South Australia the forensic pathology report, you only get 1% of cases.
Sorry, just to clarify, you're referring to the autopsy report? Thank you. So as it stands at the time that these statistics were created in January, we had, yes, 1% from South Australia.
And then the toxicology, 26% of cases.
Correct.
Are you aware of the work carried out in Queensland by Professor Belinda Carpenter?
Very broadly.
I've read some of her work, but I wouldn't claim to be across her entire publication list.
Professor Belinda Carpenter and others have done an analysis of studies around the problems of finding intention and the reluctance of coroners to actually find, some coroners, to find intentional death by suicide.
I'm aware of her legal scholarship on that topic, right. Yes.
Now, has that influenced you at all in the way that you do things?
Given the purpose of the NCIS as a collation of information coroners voluntarily make available for research purposes, our interest is in reflecting what the coroner finds, the official record, if you like. So from that point of view, the finding as made by the coroner is what the NCIS is reflecting, and that's our interest in that per se. It's being able to accurately reflect what the coroner has actually found in the official record.
Now, you have a strategic plan that I've seen from 2017 to 2021. Do you have a one going beyond there for NCIS?
We're actually about to commence doing a review of our outcomes achieved against the 2017 to 21 plan and to develop a new strategic plan.
Thank you. There's just coming to the data fields concerning intent, and there's intent notification presumed and intent case completion.
That's correct.
What does that mean?
The first one, intent notification presumed, is the intent that is coded into the case upon notification to the coroner. The intent case completion reflects the findings of the coroner at the completion of their investigation.
Nothing further, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, and I apologise if you did say this earlier and I missed it, but you talked about the kind of governance of the NCIS. I'm just wondering how it's funded.
It's as I said, a collaboration. So it's funded by a consortia of organisations across Australian government, the New Zealand government, and a few other partners. Ali, would you like to expand more on the breakdown?
Certainly. So, as Fiona said, all of the Australian states and territories make a funding contribution, as does the New Zealand Ministry of Justice. In addition to that, we have funding core funders of the Australian Government, which includes the Department of Health, the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications, the ACCC, the Australian Institute of Criminology, and Safe Work.
Okay, thank you. So I think Mr. Connor's been pointing out at some length the, I guess, inconsistencies in terms of the data that goes into the NCIS from the states and territories. I guess I'm wondering whether that has been subject to discussion at the governance level and whether there's been any desire, intent, action to try and bring about a more consistent input from the jurisdictions?
By that, do you mean making sure we've got consistent approaches to loading those attachments, for example? I think those quality issues are certainly ventilated, but the most direct action with the NCIS is back to the actual court and the stakeholders to try and resolve whatever issues might be at play if it's something that the NCIS can influence.
Okay, so the NCIS might point it out, but then has to take it back to the source to see whether they can operate within their sphere of influence to change that.
Correct. Ultimately, because the NCIS is effectively a voluntary collaboration, it is the decision of a particular coroner's court about what they'll put on the system. So that's usually the most direct point of action is back to the originating jurisdiction.
And again, apologies if I missed this, but is the impediment for the various things that Mr. Connor was pointing out, that the timing from Queensland, the forensic pathology and toxicology from South Australia, the coroners from New South Wales, are they resource or legislative kind of impediments, or what's the contributing factor there? And I'm sorry if it was said and I missed it. But.
Ali, I can refer to you for the specifics of any of them, but my overall summary would be that it's possibly a mix of these things, and it's sometimes a little bit difficult for us sitting on the NCIS side to be able to give you the specific explanation of what's going on in a particular court. Sometimes it's easier to observe, sometimes it's more about their internal business. So Ali, I'm not sure if there's any more detail that you feel we can offer there.
No, not at this stage.
Okay, and just one last question. I was just struck when I saw the fact sheet, which you obviously produce each year, and you had the fact sheet on intentional self-harm for 2018, was released in 2021. We heard earlier today from AIHW and ABS, and I think if my calculations are correct, their 2018 data would have been reported in 2020. So it would appear that you have a longer lag than those two organisations. So I just wondered then, in terms of what you see as the added benefit of actually producing that fact sheet, does it actually value add, or is it just that it's part of a complete set new? And please, I'm not trying to be disrespectful in saying that, but I'm just thinking about how you use your resources and whether it's actually, value adding.
I can answer that. Thank you for the question, Commissioner. The mortality data series, which is the series that fact sheet belongs to, we started working on that as a way of providing calendar-based data. It was something that we hadn't produced before. The majority of our fact sheets were regarding a specific group of people or cohort or time frame. So, for example, intentional self-harm series, we have an intentional self-harm of older persons, for example. So the creation of these fact sheets with calendar year allows for researchers to have time comparison for the NCIS data.
And if I could add, I think part of the additional value of that series is that the NCIS is primarily used by professional researchers, by people working in the death investigation field. The publication of that series and a couple of other products produced by the NCIS is a way of making sure that the key findings can be available to a wider audience and can be a really useful promotional tool for the database itself, so that it's not a hidden gem. It's something that there is a public hook for people to find if they need to utilise it, and it can show a little bit of what you can do.
Okay, thank you. But the key message I've taken out of today is that if we were wanting to seek more timely information about defence and veteran suicide, the NCIS is a vehicle by which the data passes, but actually doesn't have any governance per se over what goes into the NCIS, so we'd have to go back to source.
I might answer that partially, maybe see if I'm getting to the right point of what you want to look at. To the degree that there is or isn't a standardised or complete set, there is an agreed set of data that goes in there that the coroners have agreed to. There is a number of examples where, through the existing NCIS model, there have been additions made to the NCIS. Sometimes those additions come in the form of that supplementary data that was briefly on screen. So we've focused most of our discussion today on the core data set that comes directly from the coroners. There are other sources that do get integrated into the NCIS, and that can sometimes expand and add value. Ali, is there something else you'd like to add?
Possibly just a quick example to really talk about the supplementary data. We have a number of supplementary data that come into the NCIS, including codes that are provided by Safe Work Australia with regards to fatalities that are work-related. So that is, I suppose, a really good feedback loop coming back into the NCIS, which enhances the coronial data and provides for additional measures for users with direct access to undertake searches within the NCIS to identify the deaths that they are looking at as part of their research.
So within the existing governance, we've proven that there is a facility by which we can augment that data in areas with partner agencies as part of their commitment to collaborating as part of the NCIS.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Douglas? Nothing. I just had one question, and this may not be an area that either of you ladies can comment on. In relation to grief counselling, this Commission's heard evidence from people who would have benefited greatly, I think, from the provision of grief counselling after a loved one has suicided, and many of them were never offered it and didn't know it existed. Are you able to shed any light on the 9 odd jurisdictions and whether they do have that service and what the status of it is?
I think you're right in the introduction to the question. That's probably something a little beyond our purview. I think the coroner jurisdictions would be the best people to be able to provide you that information about their detailed service. I'm aware of the general issue, but couldn't give you the detail of what each jurisdiction's offering.
No, understood.
Sorry.
Thank you. No worries. Mr. Connor, any arising issues?
Not necessarily arising, but just one. Operator, might you display STU:0002.76736? Commissioners, this displays the if you could enlarge that table, please. So this is from South Australia. One sees that there are 9 autopsy reports provided in 2003, 1 in 2002, 0 in the rest of the years. So that's the autopsy reports. And then one sees taking toxicology, 2018, 2021, 0. Nothing further, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Mr. Fordham?
No, thank you.
I think if that's the case, we're finished for the day in terms of the ladies giving their evidence, and perhaps they might be excused from their notice to appear. do. We just want to thank you both for your evidence and the time you've given us today. We do appreciate it, and you're excused from your notice to appear.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Connor, anything else?
Nothing further, Commissioners.
Okay. If that's the case, we'll adjourn and we'll convene tomorrow morning at 10 a.m, I think.
I have to go now.
Testing, testing. Okay.